last
No,
week.
you were last week.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to session 56. Is it 56? Yeah, it's 56, yes.
Yep, 56.
How's everyone? I'm internally
Expecting
screening.
TPKs.
What is another synonym for anxiety?
Panic?
Yeah.
I love that the best symptom of Lena being anxious is actually her laughter.
Yeah, it's like it just goes up in pitch.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Way up.
Amazing.
Okay, so how was everyone's week? I mean, I know what Lena's and week was like because she was RPing with me.
Yeah. It was a nice week.
I mean, shit, because I didn't get any RP, but
Yeah, I mean,
I'm sorry.
You don't get the monopoly on it.
I'm sorry,
You
but
don't
Chris,
get the monopoly
Chris
on it.
doesn't
1 out
do
of
Dex
10.
RP.
1 out of 10. No RP. So.
what?
Again,
10 out of 10. Much RP.
Chris doesn't do any Dex RP, so rip.
I mean, it's not.
I've said
worries.
I'm available for sessions during the week all the time.
Yeah. Like, I think it's mostly me that's not available during the week, so I blame myself.
Yeah, see, rip. Not my
The only
fault.
time that I blame myself. Okay, sorry, that's Abel blaming. I would never blame myself. Okay, I meant a character. That's alright.
Hey,
Everything I
Mr.
need.
In character, how about you
That's-
start off?
That's all I needed. Do I blame
Okay,
myself?
Start
No.
off the recap. Have fun, Abel.
Okay, the recap. The first part is gonna be a little bit spotty because I was, phasing in and out of existence. But basically, we regrouped after running from the Wild Hunt ? A horde of baleful polymorphing savages.
Hooligans.
Arrow shooting savages. Mm-hmm.
That's some very hard words. Yeah.
Average Tuesday night in a city.
Yeah, exactly.
You mean in the
only
jungle?
happens in this forest. Anyway, we set up like a small defensible location in the jungle where we settled down for a short rest. There were some messages sent to Layla, and luckily she was fine. And then we were supposed to meet up Layla near Ashbrook, where we found a abandoned farm where we set up and waited for Layla to get there. We did. I'm not sure if there was much like crosstalk in between. I just have noted that Viera basically telling it was polymorph. That's why Cassius knows it was polymorph.
Mm-hmm.
And otherwise, I think we just kind of like settled down. Cassius took the first watch to wait for Layla.
Yeah, and Samira and Vieira went to sleep before she
Yes.
even arrived. So
Yes. And then Layla arrived, and she took over the watch, and Cassius fell asleep. And then there was a little bit of a conversation between Viera and Layla, but I have written down stuff about it. Interesting. But basically, that they were talking a little bit about the Wild Hunt. That Bertrand knows more. Also a little bit about the Silver Forest, which is apparently the border between Hohir and Guyland. Guyland, yeah. And then Pierre also did some herbalism. That's what I noted down. And then basically everyone, Samira and Cassius, woke up. We got a little bit of lore about Guyland.
Guyland.
Or at least Guyland. And basically got told, well, you don't travel the land without permission of the wolves. And especially not if you're one of that kind, pointing to Samira. But actually what we later found out, well, there's also a lot of trouble with humans, so amazing. And we needed to get a ship, so we went over to Stetters,
Shatters, yeah.
Stetters, and basically got on the Mother of Mercy there, who were waiting for us. Kind of like a nice reception among friends. It was nice to see everyone again. And then we had a talk with Creo, and he knows a little bit of Guyland, and he doesn't really have any context in Northgate. And basically, we have to search. He told us we have to search around a contact around town. And he tells us a little bit about the Northgate itself. There's a shadow of its former glory. So they'll be happy with any kind of money, any kind of trade, or money in general. We also told Creo a little bit about the IS consortium that was back in Tucson, and about our own business. So that kind of information is spread around. And we also got the information that something came from Guyland into Hohir like 2 weeks ago. Quite close to these towns. And that was around the time that we arrived in Tucson, so shit has been going on. Possibly, I think there was some speculation on, okay, then I think there was...
It's
Viera
actually
saying,
quite
"Oh,
a bit
that's-
after you arrived in Tucson, if you look at the calendar.
It's... Yeah, but the people that like this, the Wild Hunt has probably been in the Hohir, like when we
Or
arrived
when
in
you
Tucson,
already,
right?
even like they are like, this happened.
Yeah.
Them coming into Hohir was good 1 or 2 weeks after you arrived in Hohir, if you look at the dates.
Ah, okay. I noted down since we arrived, but so 2 weeks. Amending that. And we are basically confirming to the rest, or at least to Creo and Layla, that her sister is in the Wild Hunt, but she doubts that her sister was actually there, considering that she was reported to be way up north. What was the word? Terrorizing some villages? Oh no, sorry, protecting the land.
Protecting the borders.
Protecting the borders.
Being
Totally.
very helpful to all kinds of people.
Totally how that was worded by the trader, but alright. And there was also a little bit of a conversation about how the Inquisition got there at the ritual site so quickly. And Creo knows of knows of magic that turns people into wind. Kind of like the grandfather, but maybe not really, because he was slow. And then basically we arrived into Northgate. We have a whole fucking description about it. But basically the buildings seem out of place. They seem to be built way more for winter. The trees are different, like more pine trees in this climate, which is weird. The stone around the towns looks very different, and basically the city's kind of in sort of looks like a caldera, like an old crater. And we saw that there was a lot of official buildings that were kind of repurposed as living quarters with clothes hanging everywhere. The guardhouse was in an old smithy, I think. Or the Red Hand Armory. There was a small moment between Vera being a stubborn child and Samira being an unhappy mom. That's what I wrote down. And basically we talked to the guard, where we got information, or at least basically they were first very nonplussed about us, like, okay, who cares? But then when Ibrav stepped in, they were like, okay, because they thought he was a Deti.
Yeah.
And then we confirmed, or we said he was not, and they were relaxed a little bit more, or like a little bit more, way more. And they gave us the information that we would have to find Nimrod, and we got our little escort, also called Larrabee.
Yeah.
And what?
Larrabee,
what else?
Petrov, Pasternak, yeah.
I just know him as Larrabee.
It's fine.
Bluff.
Every Larrabee is forever bound to be forgotten immediately.
Really.
Curse of the Larrabee.
Yeah.
Curse of Larrabee.
If you are a young guard named Larrabee, your name is bound to be forgotten.
That doesn't sound ominous.
Take it as you want.
Take it as I want.
I'm not going to tell
Alright.
you what happened to the last one.
You can't see it, but I'm narrowing my eyes at you. All right. We were led then to the keep, or the old keep. It's again a little bit more like a living quarters, and way in the back there's a tavern where our elegant host by the name of Nimrod was sleeping off a hangover.
And pretty
Looks
much, by
like-
the way, nameless tavern, right? There was no sign in front of it at all.
Nah, I just called the tavern in the back of the keep. That's
Yeah.
how I have it. And we got him a hangover cure. Kind of a dick, but alright. He, after some, well, not really negotiating, but he wasn't really willing to help us, or not really at all. And basically, by only as Samira tells him that we are outsiders, he gets a little bit more interested, or not necessarily interested, but he seems to be more willing to talk with us. And then he gives us a backstory all about Garland and how they were living before with the elves and the orcs, and then it was all fine and dandy. But then when the humans came, they first drove away the elves, and then were fighting against the Deti. But then during the red light, the humans' population dwindled.
I do want to stop you here. Just this is like very important lore bits. I know that Cassius doesn't give a fuck, but like the precise thing that the humans did was burning down the elven villages and hunting the Dati almost into extinction.
There was a disagreement.
Yeah. There was a disagreement. they were arguing slightly. It's fine.
They were arguing
Unreliable narrators all the way around.
Yeah. Moving on.
Don't blame me. I've written it down as when the elven cities burns, humans started to hunt the shifters. That's literally what I wrote down. But I have to, condense it.
You gotta get into it's like the wild hand is protecting the borders. It's fine.
Exactly. I mean, if I would be like literally spelling out all these notes, we would be sitting here for half an hour longer. But basically at the end there was a pact made between the Iron King, quote unquote, where they made a pact of protection, so that the shifters would protect the cities, like Northgate, and the humans would protect the Deti from other like warring cities, outside influences. But after the red light, the pact was no more, so something happened, and the Detis ruled the lands again, and they ate 2 leaders, and the third ruler made a deal, not necessarily a pact or a promise, but just a deal that the humans would stay in the shelter of the city, in exchange for goods, shinies and blankets, I've written down. And yeah, then basically after that history lesson, he conversed with his weasel, ferret, martyr, I don't know.
The wheel.
One of those animals. Slinky cat-like animals.
Slinky little shite, yes.
Yes. And then basically he told us, okay, be at the Targan Gate at dawn. He will take us to get this artifact off of his lands, only because he doesn't want any, or specifically the Hohian Inquisition, to come. Well, we was like, let them come. I would like to see them try, but I think in the end he decided that was probably a bad idea. And yeah, we then went to the Turnpike Tavern, where we bedded down for the night, and we basically relate the information back to Layla. And Samira and Layla are going to, I've written down, bond over plaques. and Viera, Cassius, and Abref are going to look for trade possibilities and a bathhouse.
Okay.
And that's it. That's basically synopsis of 5 pages of notes. So
Good work.
Yeah.
You got it all.
I think I got everything.
Yeah, I don't have anything to throw in.
5 pages? Jesus. I've got
Yeah.
1.
Lore.
I have 2, so you know.
I didn't write down any of the lore. That's right.
As a character still, Cassius might seem disinterested, but he does listen. So.
Yeah.
Well, I want to just ask, first of all, let me pull up the Northgate map. So, first of all, it's in the middle of the day. It's actually a Brav sleepy time. Viera, are you going to leave him in the room to nap?
Yeah.
Okay. So, the tavern is here, by the way, number 15.
Mm-hmm.
For reference. Layla will take Samira up. The keep you have been in is up there where you see number 10, and here in the back that's where the tavern is, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like here in the back where I'm pointing to. Yeah. Just adjusting my map. There we go. Either way, so basically you came down, right, the road, went to the tavern, and as you leave, Layla will pull Samira up, so back into this area here. So where are the two of you going? Viera and Cassius. The guards were in this here in 17. And you came in for this port, for reference.
Just in he direction. I point out towards Viera that I saw this kind of like big ass keep on in the water when we went in, like this one.
Yeah.
So
Well, why don't we walk the dockyards? Seems to be the most obvious place to have interesting stuff first, and then if we don't find anything exciting, we can head further in.
Yeah.
And that'll let us see the bridge for the castle. I remember seeing that on the way in. And we can see if it's guarded or not.
If it's still a castle, because the other one definitely wasn't.
Yeah.
Sure. So probably go like a little bit like alongside the dockyards, like this.
Mm-hmm.
And then if we don't find anything, I think we would kind of like probably circle back a little bit through the middle of the city just to get an impression.
Okay.
And then ultimately head towards this keep.
As you have been walking up to the hold where you have found Nimrod, right? I can tell you right away that the most of the packed life, the busiest streets are towards the docks, because there's fishing boats coming in back and forth. Not so much like outside travel. There's no big sailing ships that you see, right? It's basically the Mother of Mercy drew a lot of attention by being a bigger ship that docked here. There's some what you would describe as larger fishing boats where like you can take like 5-6 people, maybe even with sails, right? But it's nowhere near the size of a Mother of Mercy, right? So like I said, the most life you have around towards the sea. But as you walk around, you keep getting this impression that a lot of the buildings have been, and mind you, Cassius, you predominantly, Viera not so much, because, you know, elves live with nature and they're, you know, it's a different living style. But you know from all the cities you've been to, because you traveled along the coast and you stayed in every single one, like for a few years and stuff. It is not unusual, and I want to like basically use this as a reminder, it is not unusual that people repurpose buildings. that happens, right? Throughout human history or whatever people you are of, one building will eventually become another building. You have never seen this amount of effort put into maintaining the original identity of the building. Because, as you know, even when buildings are repurposed, there are historians who knows, okay, this was the palace of blah, blah, blah. Now it has been, 100 years down the line, it was turned into a library, blah, 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 and stuff like that, right? But you will not walk up to that, what is now a library, and have it like visibly named the keep of the blah, blah, blah king, right? Here, you're walking along, and it's like the number 20, which I told you is now actually Animal Pens, is kind of fittingly named, but still at odds, because it clearly doesn't house what it's named, is the Tender Lamb Butcher Shop, but it has no lamb inside. It's like pork, pigs and chicken cages, and there's no butcher shop visibly there, right? It's more like a storage facility for livestock. Number 17 is like the Targa, it says the Target Harbor Master's office, but it doesn't look like the Harbor Master's offices that you've been used to, from other cities from the Forgotten Realms. And it more looks like it's mostly repurposed for living quarters, and then like a tiny part has been left to like these like handful of guards that you have seen, which don't even wear, the same uniform, tabard, and so on and so forth. As you keep walking around this area, like towards the bridge, right? 24 is the Dawn Seeker's house. Whatever the fuck that is, you have no idea, because it's living quarters now, right? So you keep bumping into these things that like people have clearly put a lot of effort into maintaining this like old plaques and signs of what these buildings were, but necessity has turned them into other things and repurposed. A lot of the city has been repurposed into living quarters. And that is the direct, now that you have the context of the history of the city, at least this city, you don't know what the others are like. But, if you're looking around, you can make like an educated guess of what the other human cities in Guyland are like. If the humans are not allowed to spread beyond these walls, this is what the direct result of this is. They are trying to find space where there is none. Because cities like this usually grow beyond their walls into shanty towns and farmland like you see in Tucson, that's the normal development. But this is not the case here. So whatever population was rising over the centuries has been rising within the confines of these walls. The other thing that you will notice immediately, now that Ebrath is no longer with you, is that mostly people are paying attention because you have different garments on you. You have a different way of dressing. You're clearly not part, of the usual people of the city to draw curious glances, but they're all very nice and friendly. With Viera as well, you get curious glances from children because elven ears, and so you have a few comments here and there, oh look, the pointy ears, see, the lady has pointy ears. But you have if people offering the wares, they do it in a very warm, welcoming manner. It's like these people, although they look tired and haggard, and the clothes are not the newest, and you see the hallmarks of repeated, well, no, never mind. This is something that Samira would notice, so you don't notice it. But clothes being patched and stuff,
Viera maintains her gear all the time. Yeah. She would know that it's been reworked and stuff.
So it's you don't see the clean, fresh, nicely made fabrics that you've been now used to for several weeks in Tucson, right? It's quite a contrast. This is a town of hard workers because they're all tanned from the sun because the climate, right? They're all rough hands, rough looking in the sense of how you would expect the working class to look. But Cassius, overwhelmingly, this is what you're used to seeing from poor districts in major cities, right? except that you're walking through what seems to have been the rich part of town, except it's no longer. The only place that looks out of place or apart from the rest is actually when you start approaching the bridge. You see the bridge is actually doesn't have the same old feel to it. It looks like it's been made after the fact. It doesn't quite fit the spot where it is, and a lot of the stones almost look like they have been dragged over from somewhere else and like repurposed, right? It's compared to the architecture that is grand, this bridge looks like an old shabby stone bridge, which doesn't match at all. It's solid enough to, by the way, like it's wide, right? It's sturdy, but it doesn't have this like polished look to the streets that, you know, the others have. And across the bridge, which probably also stops you from going across, perhaps, I don't know, that's up to you. You see the first proper guard. And by proper, you have seen armor like this in that tavern where you found Nimrod in the corner. It's black metal armor. With helmets that look like skeletons, like a skull. And I will actually, give me a second, I will show you a picture of it. Moment. Pull it out of my notes. Oh god, when I lose the link, this is great. Give me a second, please. I had it ready, I swear. It's not there. Come on, load faster. There it is. There it is. Copy image address. This is what the armor looks like.
Ooh, nice bucket.
Yeah, it's like a bucket with a skull fused to the front, right? But they look almost menacing, right? But here's the first time you see uniformity, right? They look the same, they wear the same gear, they have the same tabards, they have the same shields. And they look way better geared and cleaner than the guards you have seen in the city that you've spoken to. These guys, you take one look and they qualify as the Iron Guard. But also make it very clear that whatever keep is beyond these walls is off limits to the general public. You also don't see any foot traffic on this bridge, right? We go from there.
I just point towards the guard to here and it's like, well, I'm not going that way.
I mean, you mentioned the bridge work was different and different stone and different quality of masonry, etc. Is the keep on the island the same, or does the keep look like the keep itself?
The keep
is part of the city, and it's just the bridge that was
the walls of the
lost.
keep look very similar to the walls of the keep you've been in where the tavern was. So the bridge itself has been tacked on. And the opening, the gate where the guard is standing looks different than the surrounding walls. It's almost like somebody cut a fake new gate into these walls on this side.
Right.
This is not the original entrance into the keep.
Okay.
Therefore, also the gate looks way less impressive than the rest of the walls and so on.
Don't think we need to go in that particular direction. I wouldn't mind seeing if, I mean, the city's crowded and struggling for space, obviously, but I wonder if there isn't at least some trees in the city.
I want to
So-
point out there is greenery everywhere.
Yeah,
But
shush, we're
greenery-
role playing.
Yeah, okay.
So I wouldn't mind finding, even if it's just a tree in like a town square or something that's big enough.
This isn't like Constanzo again, right?
To some
Right.
degree,
Oh my
yes.
Yeah.
Except, I think our best bet's just to walk the dockyards until we get to the other side of the city, basically, and then, like you were saying, double back, but this time kind of cutting through the middle of the city, potentially.
Yeah, just cycle back a little bit.
Yeah.
At some point, I will also start like asking around just for the trading opportunities. But yeah, I think we should do our round first, and then we'll have a better impression of where we should ask.
Yeah. Like you said, Docklands first. If we exhaust that, then maybe head further back into the city.
Mm-hmm.
But I get the impression there's not an awful lot of much here. It's a
I
city
just-
struggling with time and not being able to expand.
That's true. But there was some mention that they like minerals. Some things are
Well,
just
they're hard to get.
hard to get. Yeah. So, and since, well, okay, I guess the Mother of Mercy can
It might be
help with
worth
that.
finding a smithy. Just to ask some questions, because if anybody's working metal, it's going to be a smithy.
Hmm.
And we'll find out just how hard it is for them to get certain kinds of metals.
Yeah.
Like, we could ask them if they work silver, and they might turn around and go, yeah, we work silver all the time because there's a forest full of it that way.
I
They
think
might
that-
turn around and say, nope, that's off limits. We've
I
got
think-
no silver.
Yeah, I would guess that would upset the hosts if they would work too much silver, but that's just a guess.
I think it depends on what it's for. If it's for weapons, then yeah, sure. If it's for jewelry and stuff, I don't see why that would upset them, potentially.
Doesn't look like a city where they make a lot of jewelry.
No, but that's, I mean, a smithy you'll very quickly find out if even basic stuff like iron is accessible. Because
Yeah.
if the price of an iron hammer is ridiculous because iron's so hard to come by, then you know it's not easy to come by.
Mm-hmm.
And we can just ask some basic questions of like, how do they get them? We heard minerals were hard to come by here. How do you get them? We're just curious. We're new to
Yeah.
town. We don't know how anything works here, so.
That's true. I think we're just trying, like, what I'm trying to find more is someone that has a larger overview. It like doesn't necessarily need to be in charge of trade, but can have the right context to trade. If it's not like one person, it's more of different people doing different parts of the trading, and then seeing if we can organize something there. But yeah, let's get an impression first. I agree.
Yeah.
So.
And just keep heading along the docks.
Okay. You keep going. Not much is different in that sense. Again, you see a lot of the same repurposed buildings. The most extreme you find when you actually get to this part here, and you start seeing glimpses through the little streets, right? Because there's a lot of green, even like you can see it even from the street. So if you go there, what you will see, and again, to Vieira, it might look at some point maybe also weird to Vieira. These are crops and vegetable beds. The entire green area. Cassius, for you immediately, Vieira maybe as a secondary thought, but then again, she doesn't really know that much about human cities to begin with. And certainly not human cities in this world, right? So, you know, you're still lacking the context, but Cassius, it's weird. to have a green space in the middle of very expensive looking buildings that is crops and vegetables?
Not weird for Vieira, because growing crops and stuff would have been stuff that we did in town all the time.
Yeah, this is what I mean. Like Cassius is more likely to realize this is weird.
Vieira's been through enough human cities, though. Remember, on the Sword Coast.
Yeah, but usually, like the
She
cities
would
that you've
have
been through,
noticed that the crops are always outside the city.
Yes.
So for her, it would be like, well, I know they're pushed for space, but obviously they're pushed for food too. So
Yeah, in the context of what we know about the city, it doesn't make sense.
yeah, we know they're not allowed outside the walls, so they've got to grow food somewhere inside the walls at that point.
There is no trees here. These are all like low growing, things that can feed a lot of people and grow plentiful in a tight space.
Yeah, lots of potatoes, basically.
I mean, yeah, also you have tomatoes and herbs and, you have other stuff. It's not just like one kind of vegetable, but like, this is what I mean. It's like whatever vegetable you can imagine, this grows a bunch of stuff in a tight space. You have it here. Right. Also keep in mind, it's like in the middle of summer. This is like the crop harvest time, right? So
Well, getting ready for it.
yeah. So you keep going, right? And eventually you will circle back. And the first few real trees you will find, also if you ask for it, here in this park. It's mostly fruit trees, but in the middle of it, it's almost like they couldn't bear to cut it down. This is like very old oak tree. I mean, very old. It's like, I don't know, 400 or 500 years old.
Old enough.
By the description, you will know that this park is called the Red Spriggan Park. And by Spriggan, I mean like the Spriggan.
What number is that? P53.
P13.
P13.
Yeah.
Okay. And my eyes are funny. I can't
It's a
quite
bit
read it.
blurry, but it's P13
So, sorry, what was this called again? The Red Spriggan
Park. I wrote it into chat.
And by 400 years old, I'm assuming very big tree.
Yes, give me a nature check, Vieira. With advantage, because you have experience with very old trees.
I certainly do.
Oh yeah, you know this tree is over 400 years old. You would take it a guess. Probably.
Is anybody, like, if we're walking up to approach this tree, is anybody, like, cautious of the fact that we're suddenly approaching something that appears to be precious?
No.
Okay.
You would gander. It's about 500 years old. Which would make it older than the red light.
Yeah. So this came from outside and has somehow survived.
Yes.
Because the climate hasn't quite knocked it off.
The land around it
She'll
looks.
point out to Cassius that it's an extremely old tree, aka before the world was sundered. This probably came from outside.
Like the rest of the city, probably.
If we want to know a bit more about where it came from, I can speak with plants, but not today.
You mean?
I'd be able to ask it just basic questions of its early life. I'd be able to ask it questions of would it understand the sundering? It would understand the sudden climate shift. It went from very cold to very hot in the space of a year.
I mean,
Just
we
an idea.
We know it happened, right? So what would it give us?
We know it happened, but
You want
We
to
know
know it from a
nothing
tree's
about.
perspective?
Yeah, I mean, it might know something we don't. It might know something nobody else here knows. I mean, it's not an intelligent archmage. It's not going to give us detailed facts, but with the right question, you might get the right answer. How did it manage to adapt and survive to the climate shift?
Sure. We can talk to the tree, or well, you can, I guess. But you said not today.
Well, I've got to kind of prepare it and memorize it, which is already. It's got to be like one of the first things I do in the morning.
So I would wager, I guess, probably if we come
When
back
we
here.
come back, yeah. If we come back,
As you guys
I
are
suspect we will.
mostly sorry, I apologize. Keep going.
no, it's fine. We're done.
Because you guys are mostly walking around and not really staying very long. I would say like you can cover most of the like main streets easily in like
Mhm.
1 to 2 hours. I will at this point share this with you. Shoal. On the left side, you have the original building names. On the right side is what it has been repurposed into.
Okay.
You have exactly one blacksmith in the entire city.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
And they make utensils like hoes, shovels, farming materials, nails.
Farming implements. Yeah.
Yeah.
Is it
Tools.
what's it out of? Is it like bronze,
Iron.
copper? It's iron. Okay.
Iron, yeah, mostly iron.
Can we
and-
ask how they get their iron?
Imported through ship trade. Whatever
Okay,
little bits they can get as cheaply as possible.
Is there anyone that kind of oversees that trade, or?
Not really, no. And there's also a lot of people who just repurpose old stuff. Like if something breaks, it gets melted down and redone.
And smelted and
Yeah.
remade into.
It's the city is huge on recycling.
So how does the smithy himself arrange the ship trade, or is it?
No, they don't.
not arranged?
They like basically. Oh, great! We got a delivery. The people here, they don't really have the usual trading organizations or stuff like they make do, right?
Yeah.
It's
Yeah,
like
it's a really ad hoc basis,
Yeah,
yeah.
it's a very ad hoc basis. Yeah, it's not really organized, and it shows.
What do obviously they have to pay for the iron somehow. Is it traded for? Is there something you guys make here that you don't get anywhere else?
It's usually the trade between the other coastal cities because they can't really offer anything to countries like Hohea. Hohea is way
Too
richer
much
than
of
there.
everything.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And the really high quality goods that Hohea would import en masse, they usually import from other, places. So it's not, they don't have a lot to offer. So they trade mostly with other coastal cities and the occasional rare caravans that are being sent out across the land. Although Northgate particularly, they will point out somewhat bitterly, by the way, is most reliant on ship trade because they don't go out and they
What
don't
other
receive.
cities do they trade with? Are they Guyland cities?
Yes.
So presumably it's a ship that somebody owns in one of the other cities. That
But it's
trades.
not one ship. It's they will explain to you, and you will see them. Those like larger fishing boats. They make trips.
Okay.
They will tell you. You will find out over time that larger ships don't really travel between Northgate and the coastal cities further to the north because they don't fare very well. Because they get attacked by walking sharks that eat people.
Walking sharks.
Yes, sharks that can climb on board and eat people and swing swords.
Lovely.
They are absolutely unironically, without any, sign of laughter, telling you this.
Okay.
Shark people.
So they're like shark people.
Yeah.
Okay. So do they have legs, I assume?
Yes. And hands.
The head of a shark
Yes.
and the arms of a person.
Yes.
I mean, they swing swords, so I would guess so.
Could be really good with their feet.
The overall opinion is that there are a water-dwelling type of deity.
Define deity for me. What exactly does this word mean? Does it mean like a cross between an animal and a human?
You will get these bits and pieces. You see, like, there's a lot of generational issues here. This is mostly information you will get from the older people in the city, right? Because the young, a lot of these people have never left the town and have never seen stuff outside town, right? They're very isolated, which comes with a certain ignorance in knowing things. But overall, the definition of deity that you get is it means children, but children of nature, and you get a sense. The way to describe it is that they're similar to the hero's money and the Hissen in Taria, where they used to be animals, or like they're animals that can shift into human forms or humanoid forms. Mind you, they don't know. You don't get the part of knowledge that they know that they used to be animals. You just get the part that, like, the way to describe it very much sounds like something similar. It's not like werewolves or stories you have heard from the Forgotten Realms where, like, humanoids shift into animal forms. It's the other way around. They're predominantly animals that shift into humanoid forms.
With some sort of human level intelligence as well.
Yes.
Basically.
Yeah. Albeit the shark people are described as a bit more unusual in that regard because they'd never shift completely out of the. It's more like the cats in Penland.
Yeah. From the old people, are there any kind of major religions here, or people worshipped, like temples of the mother?
You will see one very interesting temple, and that one is actually the only temple you find, by the way, is the Temple of Helm. Cassius.
What?
Yeah, Temple of Helm. I know where this came from.
It has the symbology of Helm, as you know it. It has been repurposed into a hospital, by the way. There is some remnants, you think, of like priestly garbs, but it mostly looks like people are attending here to the sick and the injured.
That's strange. That's very strange.
Also, it is referenced, as you look at them, inscriptions to the ancestral deity Helm. Not, it's a title you've never heard in this context.
It's ancestral deity. Oh,
Yeah.
Okay.
And as you look, give me an investigation with advantage, because again, this is your thing. This is, you grew up with this shit. Cassius.
I mean, it could also be your religion, so.
No, religion. Yeah. Whatever is higher. Whatever is higher. Yeah. The symbology is not quite accurate. It's like almost like somebody has made the symbols and the iconography based on a vague idea of what it's supposed to look like rather than knowing for sure.
Yeah, so more like probably passed down
Yes.
knowledge.
But it's as old as the city. So this is old. This is from before the red light. It was already this wrong.
Yeah. Looks like there was definitely also some people from our world on the outside. And they got sucked in, and I mean, like the symbols are there, but it just looks kind of like a child drew them. Like not really exactly, but this is somewhat close to Helm.
I also want to point out another trait you would have realized very quickly, by the way. This bridge here. This led to something. It's a broken bridge.
Yeah.
It's a proper bridge, unlike this one.
Yeah, it's been sheared off when the city was shifted.
When you were arriving, you saw something similar on this side. And here too.
Yeah.
From the coastal part. if you ask around, and assume you're like,
Yep.
sensible
Yeah,
people, this city was way bigger originally.
Yeah, this is only half that got brought through.
Yeah.
The other half sunk probably beneath the waves.
It's not even half. It's a quarter that remained.
Yeah.
You looking at the quarter that has survived.
Mm-hmm.
The rest of the city was destroyed during Red Light.
That they know of.
No, they know. Like this is like this is. I mean, insofar they are aware of that history. The few people, like it's mostly again the old people, but they will proudly describe it was the inner protective wards that saved this part of the city, and it still stands because of them. And if you think of protective wards and then remember what the outside of those walls looked like, it looks like it has basically been saved by being in a bubble.
Are these wards still here?
They will tell you. You get like mixed answers. The few people who know say yes, they are, but they're not. Then they have faded over time and have weakened, and nobody knows how to maintain them. So they have just like slowly weakened over time. And they say like, if you pay attention when you step into the city from outside through the gates, you can still feel it.
Okay.
It's like you're walking through jelly for a few seconds, and that's pretty much it. And you will get stories of like, it is said that the inner wards used to turn you into ash if you tried to enter it without being allowed to. Mind you, judging by the daunting walls around you, which you can see it from any spot of the city at any given time, yeah, you can imagine that the protection of the city was like significant.
Well, asking around in or like close to the hospital, or actually I would at some point start to talk with some people there. Do they know the symbology? Like, what does the symbology mean to them specifically?
You will probably manage to grab somebody who looks sort of like a priest, and they will like give you a very rudimentary. This kind of talk from like apprentices in the temples you've grown up around, where like they've basically just started learning about these things. They're not really that proficient. It almost has like this kind of feel to it when you talk to them, except this is all they have, right? But apparently, it was even before the Red Light. It was very rare across the continent that some cities had temples to the ancestral deities that had been so kind to send their children to the aid of the world to tame the elements so people could thrive. So they are described, the Helm is described as not a native deity of, it basically get the impression like whatever these ancestral deities are, they're somewhere else, and they've always been somewhere else. And these temples have more or less been like, almost like memorials to the idea of them, and less a proper temple. Which explains the skewed iconography. And they will also give you the tidbit and be like super proud of themselves that they even know that. But basically it's like, because this world has no gods.
Yep.
Pardon me. made it all the way back to here, where you were when you entered what you now know as the North Keep, by the way.
Mm-hmm. Small place.
Yep.
That's about the time. Samira,
Yes,
you said you would send a message when you...
exactly.
Yep.
I got the information, so I'm sending a message sent to first Viera and then to Layla with both the same information. Being, please come back to the inn now. We're leaving at dusk. We need to rest and regroup before departure.
The fuck?
What the fuck?
We need to go.
Why? What's up?
A message from Samira just saying we need to come back to the inn now. We're leaving at dusk instead. What time of day is it? Like midday?
It's 11. 11 something.
11.
It's 11:11 actually. 11:11.
Okay, well, better get to it then.
I guess Wolfman changed his mind.
Of course he did. Alright.
I mean, it makes me wonder if Hohira stepped up and are entering territories.
Or maybe he's just a dick. Never mind, let's go.
Mercurial is the word you're looking for.
Yeah. I don't know if that's the word I was looking for. I think I found the word I was looking for, but...
Sure.
Alright.
Anyway,
let's go then.
let's go.
Well,
Well, you make it in 6 minutes. About 6 minutes.
yeah, just
Great.
go
5,
inside
6
the
minutes.
tavern.
Yeah.
Has Layla already arrived?
Not yet.
Okay.
And she will let you know, sorry, because she answered. I'll be right there. Just checking something.
Okay.
Yeah, Samira got what the fuck from me.
Yeah.
'Cause that's what I said.
The embassy actually being informative and sending something back and just like, what the fuck?
Because Viera doesn't always remember which one's which.
Yeah.
We need to sit down for an explanation of this again, probably at some point.
So yeah, you make it back. It's about 11:15.
Yeah. Just,
Yep.
go inside the tavern, look for Samira there.
Yeah, she's
Well,
she's in the room.
Presumably in the room.
Yeah.
Yeah, with the brav.
I also want to point out at this point, which now you see it even more. This tavern has clearly been repurposed from a tavern into an inn. Because the back rooms look more like private living quarters that have been repurposed into rooms. And they're different sizes, it's not standardized like you would make it if you would build a proper actual inn. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Just another symptom of repurpose, you know.
Yeah.
Problem is, it's a nameless inn, so it doesn't get noted down.
The
That's the
15
term.
actually, yeah,
Turnpike
has,
Turnpike
Tavern.
Tavern.
I told you that at the very beginning. It's a Turnpike Tavern.
I specifically mentioned in my recap.
Exactly.
Really?
Yes!
I didn't even hear you say that.
Yeah.
Man,
Come on,
did
turn.
I just completely switched off for 5 minutes during the recap.
It's alright.
Yeah.
Yeah, just go in. If she's not
So-
there, just go up to the room.
Mhm.
It's barge in. I don't know.
So it's,
Ebref
Sorry
is,
to interrupt.
Ebref is deeply asleep.
what's it called? The
Turnpike Tavern.
It's in the notes, Chris, that I just shared with all of you.
Shush.
There.
You alright?
It's number 15.
You know I just close it again as soon as
Fuck's
you pop
sake.
stuff up, right?
Why do I even bother?
Oh god.
It's
Alright.
fine. I've got
Uh,
the inn name.
Okay, you guys here quickly, that's good. Layla's coming just in a bit soon, so
Mm-hmm.
We're leaving
One
at dusk.
Did Wolfman show up? And
No, I got a message.
you got a message.
A messenger came over.
Oh, a messenger.
Yeah. But
Specifically,
me and Layla had
Larrabee came over. Yeah.
Larrabee came over.
Ah. Okay.
Okay.
So
All right.
you got anything why, or just dusk it is?
I don't know why exactly, but I'm assuming he's taking it a bit more seriously. Now that I've had an actual talk with him about that's not just bullshit.
Wait, you've had another talk with him?
Yeah, me and Layla stumbled across him and something else. She can tell you her side of the story.
I'm
But yeah.
curious about what the something else is. You stumbled across him and something else. What's the something else?
Bit of an argument with someone else that Layla went after, and I went to talk with him. So we kind of divide and conquered.
Okay. With argument with who?
Bit of a bitch, let's just say.
Well, seems like you found this couple. What?
No.
Bit of a bitch. Okay. So what did you talk with?
Yeah. Mainly, when I went after him, I didn't really expect to talk about our plans, but I knew that we had to actually clue him in on why we were here, because he's going to be our guide, and it's very likely that he's gonna see with our luck everything that we're gonna take, and he's gonna guide us back, and yeah, it's not gonna be a very big secret.
Okay.
It's just gonna be a fact of the thing.
What
So-
specifically isn't going to be a very big secret?
That we're going to go to the ruin for not just a navigational artifact, but also what artifact it actually is. He didn't have an actual interest in it, and he hasn't heard of the name before, so that's something good. That's good. So
that he told you that he didn't have a specific interest, but
yeah,
okay.
he didn't seem like he was lying about it, but he didn't seem to even recognize the name. I also let him know about who possibly could be coming after us, which is also good to know.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, he also informed me a bit about, like, we talked like a couple words about the Wild Hunt, because it did come by here. We heard from Stetters, right? So apparently they already passed Skyland and the ruin and everything. And they're already making their way further up. I don't know, I'm gonna let Layla know this too, but he didn't know how long the others are gonna be kept by the Wild Hunt. But they're gonna be released eventually, gaining something or other. I don't know what exactly that is.
Gaining something?
Yeah, I don't know.
You mean like a squiggly pig's tail?
No, he assured me that people were going to turn back, but as long as they some people stayed on purpose with the Wild Hunt. They apparently find their home there, but those that return come back to normal wherever they're gonna be left out. And also he doesn't know what time they're gonna be let out, and they usually, like, he was very interested to find out, or at least like curious about what their actual target was, because they've been in in Hohi apparently for a week now, undetected.
Mm-hmm.
As soon as they hit us up, they started making their way back.
So, I mean, I guess it wasn't the thing. If they passed by, they might have picked it up already.
I don't know. We need to find out. But yeah, there was maybe a little bit of a hint that perhaps they might come look for us in the future. Because
Why?
I don't know. Who was their target? We do have
What
the
was
thing.
their
What?
target?
Yeah, what was the target? We do have something that could potentially be a target.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, but if they didn't get it from us,
Mhm.
then they wouldn't be heading back, right? So it seems like they gained it for now.
Who
Well, no,
knows,
if
honestly.
they didn't get it from us, and they're heading back this way because we are this way.
If they're already further up north, then not. But
No, I think they're just heading back this way, aren't they? Is that what he said?
Yeah, they'll be gone for a week or weeks or whatever. They might come charging back. Who knows? Yeah. But yeah. Also letting you guys know that coming from him, but also from me, please. Let's not cause any trouble with like cyber weapons or shit like that, because he's only going to be a guide, not like, babysitting us.
Yeah, okay.
So,
What's that got to do with silver weapons?
you have a silver weapon, so if you could please put it in the bag before we leave.
Why? No.
I think they just take offense to it.
They probably can sense it in some way.
Yeah, well, he's gonna sense it then.
Viera, he's not gonna be the only one around outside.
Sure.
We cannot afford to make enemies of a whole goddamn country if we want to do this
If they're offended
peacefully.
by one silver weapon, then they should probably move away from the huge fucking silver forest too.
I think they don't come close.
Yeah.
Clayda doesn't want to come close, and
I have enough bad stories in my people about werefolk.
I'm asking you please to put at least your silvered weapon away. Keep your hairpin if necessary. But please at least your weapon.
Why?
Because I'm asking you, please.
I don't trust these people. They've given me no reason to trust them whatsoever. He could be leading us into a trap with 50 of his friends.
I definitely agree with you here.
This is our one chance to do this peacefully. To get to the place peacefully.
So then I'm out.
Then I will go along without you. Being honest here.
Wait.
Fine.
Wait. Come on. That's not necessary.
If he can't withstand one silver weapon, then he's not somebody I want to be around, because that just tells me he doesn't trust us.
Well, he clearly doesn't trust us. We also clearly don't trust him.
Exactly. The silver weapon's probably the one thing that can actually hurt him.
We probably have other things that can hurt him.
You do have your magic. I will accept you taking your pin with, but the actual antagonizing weapon, please.
It's not antagonizing. It's scabbarded and sheathed away.
I mean, we could definitely be walking into some kind of ambush where it's like...
If there's an ambush, you have your magic at hand. If there's an ambush, we can retreat.
Magic doesn't keep werefolk at bay. Silver weapons do.
Didn't you have this thing you
You have your moon spell. You have your moon spell. You were talking about that.
Not prepared.
Oh, shit.
And if we're leaving at dusk, not prepared.
Yes, prepared. Last night we slept at midday.
It's not.
We are going to rest. Today. You have 4 hours to rest.
Not really how that works, but...
Then I'm sorry for misunderstanding, but... Vera being brutally honest with saying that would just fuck us over. We have one guide, one chance to do this without antagonizing a huge amount of people who are already on edge constantly. Apparently rightfully so on edge.
Well, not really rightfully so. Like, the only person who's on edge now is me, because I don't fucking trust that person at all. I actually now want my silver weapon out.
Oh my god.
Look,
If it's in a bag, you aren't leaving it behind. You're just not having it on your person to detect. I can give you the bag for the travel.
It can't be detected anyway.
It's not in a lead
creatures-
case or
where
anything like
creatures
that.
don't detect silver.
Have you
Maybe.
studied whatever type of creatures are here intensely? I don't know what the difference is.
I mean, if the fact that we're with him doesn't tell all the other whatever they are that we're okay to travel through, then that just smells like a trap.
No, it doesn't. Because we could also be forcing him to bring us now. We could also have bad intentions on their side. We just want to have a neutral slate. Which is not helped.
You're right, it's not helped by them demanding we put it away.
It's not helped by you demanding to have it on your person.
We shouldn't have demanded it put away then.
look. This is getting us nowhere. In the end, we need to get that scepter. This looks like the chance to do it. If we see him tonight.
I'm tired of people telling us what we can and can't do.
Same fucking here, but in the end, there's a lot of fucking wolves apparently out there. They already hate my guts, they already hate Samir's guts for whatever we didn't do. So, the thing
exactly.
is...
And he knows that I'm an elf. And he said that he was more than happy to talk to me when I was holding my silver weapon.
What we can do, what I can do, if we talk with him again, I can read his intentions a little bit better.
Haven't we learned from this before?
If
I do not learned from this before?
If I do it normally, he won't have a clue. If you check him for any kind of detection magic first, like we did before, he won't have a clue. I'm more careful now, and I can read his intentions. If I don't trust it, we keep the silver sword, and then that's another point of negotiation with him, I guess. But in the end, I agree with you, Samir. This seems our best chance, but I'm with Viera on the fact that these people, or he himself, he was hostile from the beginning. Doesn't necessarily have our best interest in heart. So
he wasn't as hostile when he was talking to me. He apparently just needed time to acclimate to us being not related to...
Okay, and then we talk with him again before we leave. We go there at dusk, we give at least our point of view. I see what I can get from him, and we go from there.
Alright.
I don't see... In the end, we all need to go there. We need the scepter. We made our promise to among us. So then just staying here, splitting up, that seems dumb. Taking the silver weapon seems less dumb than just splitting up because of that reason. So we see what he wants. We see what
I disagree on taking a silver weapon seeing less dumb, since it's most likely going to be an invitation for...
No, it's not.
Confrontation.
We can go with pass without trace the whole way if he's worried about other things detecting it. Pass without trace makes us undetectable.
We are going, from what I understand, we're going through...
No, why are you getting so uptight about this? This is like you're on his side.
I am not. We have made so many fucking enemies before. We cannot...
Sure, and it's not like I'm pulling the sword out and swinging it at him.
Alright. I'm okay with
going
to talk
our
again.
Protection.
I'm okay with going there to talk with him again, but I also wasn't okay with how you were straight up, no, I'm not okay with that.
I'm not okay with that. Hands down. I'm not okay with that. He wants us to
Alright.
put away the one weapon that can probably protect us from him and his kind. That's an invitation to dying. I've done that enough already.
Alright. Okay. Let's return back to another question of mine. So you cannot rest before we leave.
Yeah, I'll snap my fingers and rest.
I'm sorry if that was stupid of me, but since we haven't reacclimatized our sleep schedule from last time, we slept yesterday at midday.
Yeah.
I assumed it was
In any
still the
case-
same.
In any case, yeah, we do need to rest. If you
Yep,
can
have
do
a knock
your
at the
thing.
door.
Open
What?
it.
Hey, like Layla looks first like she was like determined, and then she has like a brief pause, looking at everyone's faces.
Hi. Welcome in.
Hi.
Hi. Should I wait? Come back 10 minutes?
No, come on
No,
in. Come on in.
this also involves you, so
Yeah,
it's okay.
What did I do wrong? Did I
You
fuck
didn't do-
something up?
you didn't do anything wrong.
All right.
You didn't do anything wrong. Don't worry, it's nothing on you. To reiterate what I told the others is basic quick information for you. We are going at dusk. We will recommend.
Wait. What did you do? I told you not to get in. Well, I didn't tell you not to get into trouble. I thought like that was kind
You
of.
just told me to follow. I followed and I talked.
Yeah. Oh my god! I shouldn't have told you that. She like wipes her face. Like, okay. What did you do? What did you do?
It wasn't anything bad. We had a conversation. It wasn't anything bad. I actually learned a bit, like that the Wild Hand has already passed by here. That they usually keep people they took for a week or weeks at points, and then they let them leave if they want to leave. So that's good for you to know, right? For your friends?
That's great. By meaning they passed. Never mind. That's
Yeah.
like.
Apparently
You
they
didn't piss
pretty
him
much
off,
rushed.
right?
I didn't piss him off.
All right.
I'm not intending to piss off our guide.
I'm sorry. I just the
I know,
sudden change
I'm-
of plans is just making me worry.
You say
I
here.
think that I shared with him why we were leaving, since we were being very, very vague in the tavern, and he being a guide would need to know information, like who was possibly following us.
Well, it's kind of difficult to keep something from someone if we're literally gonna lead them to the thing with the place. With
Exactly, yeah. And I think because I took him a bit more seriously then, that's why he wanted to leave earlier. Might be. I didn't really get an explanation. I just got a messenger. Larrabee came by.
Might also be because of the shit.
Could be. Yeah. Yeah.
But what? That's like all.
no.
Like we're missing all of this. So.
More important information
So
is that
I know who Bonnie is, and it's not great news.
What?
She
Cool.
looks like, it's kind of the kind of amusement where like she's not really amused. It's like clearly not funny, but she's like, like the Cassius thing, grinning anyway, right? So she's the daughter of the Iron Administrator who apparently runs this town.
so she's got the might behind her words. Okay.
Oh yeah. She also I don't know. I have a bad feeling. I couldn't follow her. She went into the hold, the one on the little island.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah. So that happened. I tried to
okay.
ask around a bit, about her. But yeah, she's the daughter of the Iron Administrator. Her name is she's actually not called Bonnie. It seems to be a nickname or something. Her name is Angelika Andreeva Yezhov.
Okay.
And her father, is.
And what exactly happened?
Exactly. Like we're getting the power behind her words. What kind of words? To you? To
We were going around the place and just looking, and we were at the target gate. She like kind of tilts her head. It seemed like a very private argument at the beginning, and we were just happened to be there because they came from the North Keep.
They who?
Well, Nimrod
and Bonnie.
She like does like air quotation marks and rolls her eyes.
So they were arguing.
Well, it's mostly her arguing at him.
She was coming after him to argue.
So he wants to leave sooner to get away from Bonnie.
Yeah, also that.
I wouldn't blame him, honestly.
Okay, but what was the argument? What did you hear?
I think it was about some kind of negotiations. From what I've heard in the city, when I was specifically asking about it, is that the Iron Administrator is trying to negotiate with the Chernovolk, which apparently is whatever the fuck the deity are in this territory of Thailand. They're trying to negotiate being allowed to spread beyond the walls to expand farmland because they're running out of space.
I guess Nimrod didn't like that idea.
No, more like that he needed breaks and she kept pursuing him to not get any breaks.
He's probably dodged the question multiple times by the sounds of it.
Layla shrugs. That's all I could gather
It's
in
usually
this
why
short amount
somebody's
of...
insistent about asking the question repeatedly.
Okay.
So there was an argument, and then what happened?
Layla, like, I'm biased, probably, but I think he got like angry and kicked a crate, and the crate splintered and hit her in the arm, and she ran away.
Did you see how she ran away though?
Yes, I saw how she ran away, and I didn't like it.
She ran away shouting that he hit her and covering her eye. Definitely playing perceptions there.
Because most of the people who witnessed the shouting were not standing looking at the street the way we were.
There are independent witnesses verifying that he accidentally kicked a crate near her and that accidentally hit her.
That's the point. None of the witnesses actually saw him kicking the crate.
Well,
Outside of the two of us.
Yes.
Yeah, but that's not something we want to go into.
I don't want to get involved in this shit, honestly.
Not really.
That I agree with. So
if Nimrod's
basically,
happy to leave the city sooner, then he'll probably be happy to have a silver weapon.
That's another point of discussion. I got recommended from Nimrod
There's like, what? Well, how did we get to silver weapons from that?
I got recommended from Nimrod to not have any silver weapons on person. I told Vera that, and she's against it, which she's
to be fair,
very
I was
suspicious,
just told to keep
okay.
my silver weapon in a bag, no reasons given. Knowing full well that these are shifter folk, aka potentially were folk, because I don't know the difference in this world, it could be the same. Obviously silver pisses them off somehow. And they want me to put the one weapon that obviously pisses them off away.
I just look at Layla.
look,
Kind of awkwardly.
It doesn't piss me off that you're carrying silver. If you were to use it on me, it would hurt me much, much stronger than...
Well, apparently he was being a little prissy about it. Yeah. So, but in the end, he also forced the time schedule. He fucked up because, you can also just fucking contain yourself. And we need to leave now, apparently. That's fine. That's alright. But we at least want to then see that we can keep this. And it's going to be in the scabbard. Unless we need to defend ourselves. Done.
Yeah.
Okay.
Like any weapon.
We've
Like
argued
any
about
weapon.
this. Okay, I agree now.
I've
Yeah.
no
Like,
intention
I have
of
to give up my
drawing the
magic.
weapon.
I have to give up my magic that can hurt him. I have to give up my dagger that can hurt him. Like...
Yeah, I mean, if you're going to be worried about anything, that dagger is probably what I'd be more worried about.
he doesn't know it's there, but he has to give up his claws or something or whatever he has.
This is getting a bit personal, isn't it?
It's getting personal up to the point that he's making these requirements, and then suddenly then we have to shift the timetable, which
This
again.
This
can
might
happen.
have been miscommunication on my sense, since I was a bit on
Like,
edge
Layla
since for
raises her
now.
hands. Guys, like, I don't get it. Like, calm down. Seriously.
This might have been a bit of a miscommunication
Was
how I communicated
like,
it, but
she like goes like, wait, like, just, was he upset about the silver weapons? Was he shouting at you? One thing you said?
no, he wasn't shouting. It was a recommendation. Basically,
Because-
make sure they don't have silver weapons, because I'm not gonna step in if the others attack you because of it.
And otherwise he would.
I don't know.
Yeah, that sounds like he's not going to step in either way, unless he's just leading us through a bunch of traps anyway. Now I definitely want my silver weapon.
The thing
Okay.
is, we just want to, like, we can't just talk about it with him, get some clearer sense of his
Well, yeah,
intention.
how about we just ask when we meet him at the gate and keep
Exactly.
tensions down, considering we just found the guide and I really don't want to be eaten by wolves while we're traveling out there. I told you, like, guys, when we were moving into Tucson, like, even here, like, you gotta choose your battles and, you know, pick who you piss off and why.
We're not.
Can
we're not
I
pissing
just
off
say-
anyone.
Can I just say something? I'm sorry, Viera and Cassius, if I was being overly aggressive, but I'm just a bit desperate to make this work.
Just everyone be calm. Like, let's talk to him, see what we get, what impression we get. It's like, maybe there's somebody else who can guide us. Who knows?
Guys just hold up his hands. That's exactly what I said. I'm calm. I don't know where this
I want to know if they can trace us even under protection tracking magic.
I don't know. Did he
Because
seem
if they
upset with your
can-
silver sword while you were talking to him? I wasn't in the tavern. I was sitting
Well,
outside.
he didn't
talking
seem
to people.
upset, but the implication of the last sentence was in the others, he won't step in if the others attack.
If the silver weapon is discovered on you, yes. Or
Assuming
No,
anyone even...
I don't want to look here at this point.
My
It's hearsay.
concern is
No
more a
offense,
case
Samira.
of-
I believe you, whatever. But it's like, you know, people never 100 like remember conversations word for word. Let's just ask him tonight. What? So
I know.
that's-
It might
that.
just, yeah, like I said, it might just be my own tension ruining this right now.
All right. How about you guys rest? I can rest just by sitting around. So
Okay.
we're safe here. Kitty cat is passed out and happily sleeping. Let's just rest.
You guys can go back to your room. It's fine.
Okay.
I mean, we did plan on, because this one is
Yeah.
certainly not big enough. She kind of chuckles.
That's enough. That's enough indication for me. Yep. Have a good rest. I just finger guns walks out.
Yeah. Layla kind of like tentatively puts a hand on Samira's shoulder, squeezes, and then finger guns and shrugs at Viera, and then follows Cassius.
I'm already out.
Where to?
I
You
know,
don't have-
but just,
you're sharing
We
your
are
room,
in our
Samira.
we
Yeah.
are in our room,
I'll just
and
go down to the common.
before you leave, I try to like, hold you back for a second.
Are you standing in the doorway?
No, I say your name, Viera.
Later.
All right.
Okay. Fun times. Okay. So, Cassius, I take it you go to sleep, right?
Yeah.
Little
need
like
to.
pats you, you know, and like basically she doesn't bring this up anymore, and she just lets you rest, right?
I just fall face down on the bed. It's like.
Yeah. She just gets comfy next to you and does the hair stroking thing, which is now a thing apparently.
Perfect.
Yeah.
I go to rest, and I pop Winnie out and let them know to wake me if Viera comes back.
Okay.
Basically, as a wake me for a rest,
Okay.
for not for a rest, for a watch sort of way.
Okie dokie. Viera,
Hmm.
my dear elf of 4 hours, what are you doing?
How long are we resting? Presumably 8 hours.
It's going to be less. There will be OSC mechanically, because mechanically, as per rules as written, every human resting 8 hours is allowed 2 hours of light activity within that long rest for it to be considered a long rest. Because you're not going to get full 8 hours, I'm going to have you roll a DC 10, very low, Constitution saving throw. And if you pass it, you'll get a full long rest. That's for the 8-hour people.
All right.
Because I'm bending it here a bit, because technically humans are capable on functioning on less than 8 hours of sleep. Realistically.
That's my average week, so.
Yeah, pretty much mine as well. So yeah. But Viera, you don't need 8 hours. You need 4 hours. So you have plenty of time. So what are you doing?
Checking some rules quick.
What rules? Maybe I can help.
No, crafting poison rules.
Okay.
That's such a ominous thing to say as
Jesus
casual as
fucking
she just
Christ,
said it. Yeah. Yeah, no worry about it. Just crafting poison rules. Anything involving Wolf's Bane?
No, I was tempted to craft the Tower Death Cap poison, but I wouldn't have enough time.
Yeah, I think last time we also said like more than 8 hours, I think.
It's 500 gold's worth of poison, so yeah, it would take a very long time to craft, unfortunately. It's fine, I've still got some pretty virulent stuff in my bag, so worst case scenario, I can always use that.
So it's 11:45. You have to be at 6 at the gate. What are you doing?
So we've got 7 hours.
Yes.
I'm assuming the common room's pretty quiet.
Yeah, at this time
because
of day.
There's not exactly a ton of travelers in
Yes.
this place.
At this
anyway.
time of day, it is starting to fill up a tiny bit with like people. You can see who can afford paying for lunch. But it's not like in the big city you've been to where like, oh yeah, midday crowd full, right? So yeah, it's clearly less traffic.
Okay.
It seems like mostly the harbor folk are coming over for, having a lunch break.
Can I pick like a smallish table, smallish area where it's really only seating for 1 or 2, and nobody's gonna bother me?
Yeah, you can.
Sit down.
Yeah.
And can I trance there?
Yes, you can.
I'll do that.
Nobody will bother you, right? I mean, the most of it's not even the kind of establishment that serves people. It's like when you need something and walk up to the bar, you get it, you go back to your table. So, there's enough seats that nobody will bother you to get up, right? So, okay.
And I'm semi-conscious, so if anybody does start speaking to me, I'm going to be alert enough to react to that.
Okay, so I will just 1, 2, 3, 4. There, it's 350.
Yeah. And then, so I got 2 hours before the others wake up?
Well, you need to wake them up on time so they can get ready to go to the gate, right? So,
yeah,
and have some dinner before that.
Okay. But you were saying they need at least 6 hours.
Yeah, I would say they need at least 6 hours, yes.
Because it's normally 6 hours and 2 hours
Yeah.
of light activity, etc. So 11, 1, 2. So that's about 3 o'clock, and 5 o'clock is like waking them up time, I guess.
Yeah.
And then we need to get to the Targan Gate, which isn't that far away, in an
No,
hour's time.
it's like 5 minutes away at a brisk pace.
But even if I'm waking them up at 5, we've got then an hour to get to the
Yes,
Targan Gate.
no problem. You can even wake them up 5:30. No problem. You can get there on time.
No, it's fine. Around about 5 o'clock, I'll order some food from the
It's very thin vegetable stew with some fish.
barkeeper.
Yep.
Do they have any bread?
No, they don't have bread. It's they don't have enough space to make enough wheat to make bread.
Right. What do they use to like fill you up?
Potatoes.
Okay. So they're in the stew, presumably.
Yes, bunch of potatoes. It's mostly potatoes. A lot of fish. Fish they have plenty. They're not lacking for fish.
I'll order 4 stews and just a whole fish on its own as well. And then how much is that?
It's like God damn it! I told you it's like cheap food.
Yep. Yeah, you
Give me a
did.
second. Rules books. There's handbook. Expenses.
I thought you were just gonna do like I charged you 2 silver the other night for a drink. I'll charge you 2 silver for food. But okay.
Yeah, I mean, sure. I don't keep those things in my head, but
Okay.
yes.
I mean, if you go by that logic, it's 4 stews at 2 silvers each and a whole fish for 2 silvers for your breath.
But again, I don't keep this in my head, and this is why I gave you a table to look it up yourself. But like, yeah, I would say,
I'll just pay them a gold.
yeah, okay. With the fish and the stew, per person would be 3 silver. On the price.
So it's 1 gold and 5 silver.
Yes.
Yeah. So I'll take the stews up to Cassius and Layla and just knock on the door and kind of wait for
Layla,
to open
yeah,
it, 'cause
Layla
I know
opens,
she's
yeah.
awake.
Yep.
And hand her
She
the
will
bowls.
thank you and flash you a grin.
Turn around and go back downstairs and pick up the others, and then go up and slide into Samira's room.
Samira, at this point, let's just see how well you slept. Roll me a Constitution saving throw. You're fine. You passed the fuck out. And as Viera comes in, you're snoring.
Till I get poked by Winnie.
Yes.
Vera.
You swear you just fell asleep like 5 minutes ago, Samira. Like,
There's some food.
Can we talk? Can
We
we
can
talk?
talk.
Please.
We can talk.
Wildly rubbing her eyes to wake herself up. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. That was unnecessarily aggressive of me. I shouldn't have suggested I leave without you. I shouldn't have made you be on guard so much. That was shitty of me. I shouldn't have minimized your feelings there.
What's
That
going
was. Yesterday was a bit of a hard, emotional hitting day for me, and I let it out on you. It's all fucking my fault. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have.
on? We keep saying we should talk more.
Yeah,
Perhaps we
I
should
know,
talk.
I know. It was a day yesterday, like the tension just in general in town, and I had a very feely talk, one-on-one talk with Layla, which was appreciated, but also brought shit up to the surface. And
I
then
also
I was...
want to interject here quickly, Viera. What you realize what she means by yesterday is actually earlier today.
Yeah,
Yes.
it's very much a separate day for me.
Yeah, I know.
Fairly sure on Vieira's spectrum she picked that up. anyway, and
Yeah,
so
I
did
just
I.
wanted to clarify OC in case people, were not sure.
Good thing Chris's passive perception is the same as Vieira's.
Good thing, yeah. And I was just so constantly anxious about being hunted and also the general, and then getting to where we need to be, that I was just
Sure,
tunnel
I get it.
visioning.
From my perspective, my people have a history with were creatures, and they are almost always not good. Which is why silver weapons are something I'm familiar with. And the mere suggestion that we keep it hidden without any kind of background or reasoning as to why has me very cautious, almost on a back foot. So my curiosity here is, can they sense them? Because if they can, that's a different story. Were creatures, as far as I know, cannot sense silver weapons. But if these people are different, then that is something to consider. Then sure, that might be a good reason to conceal it. But those are questions I want Nimrod to ask.
Yeah, I didn't know you had history with that kind of people. That's my fault too for not asking.
Mostly were rats, which was a little bit disconcerting when I met one in the first city we came across. So we've learned that everything in this world is different, so that's fine. These people might be really good. They may see me as an elf and go, "Oh wow, you're an elf, great, like let's celebrate, let's have a dance." I don't know. They could also be exactly like the kin that my kin are used to facing, and they pull out teeth and claws and ask questions later. Generally speaking, they pull out teeth and claws, you pull out a silver weapon, and they start backing off because they realize you've got something that can very seriously hurt.
Yeah.
So, if they can sense them, that's a reason to conceal it. But I would be surprised if concealing magic doesn't conceal that in the first place. Because it is literally supposed to make us untraceable. Unsensible, really.
Yeah. And it's not like I was saying that we shouldn't be cautious at all, and I'm sorry if I brought it, like you said, that it seemed like I was on his side or anything. I'm always with you guys. Mm-hmm. You need to know that. I was a bit too focused on the goal.
I get it. We all want that goal to be achieved. It's going to help Cassius ultimately at some point. It's not a question of should we do it. We know we have to do it. The question is how should we do it?
Yeah, and I hope you know that I'd never put, even with how I act, I'd never put the goal above your health.
Likewise.
Alright.
Which is why I want answers first.
Okay.
And then maybe concealing magic might be enough, and I can maintain that for hours. And maybe it's not enough because reasons. But I want to know what the reasons are. If concealing magic doesn't stop them from sensing it, then that's a problem. And also useful information.
Yeah, maybe he was just warning us about not swinging it out around willy-nilly.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm not the greatest at picking up subtext.
He doesn't know who he's dealing with either. And they may sense a silver weapon and assume that I'm hunting them because I have one. That's what all people who have a silver weapon do. But again, only if they're tracking us, which in theory should be impossible. Because we're both magically shielded and with magic non-magically shielded from being tracked.
Yeah, I think the question here is, do we want to be completely stealthed, or do we want to announce ourselves to the people that we're moving through?
I imagine we want to be completely stealthed with him as our guide, and if anybody pops up and goes, "Why are you hiding?" It's like, we don't want to cause a fuss. He's our guide. He said he would take us there and back. We want to cause a minimum disruption to you guys.
And that's something we
don't
gotta
want to
ask too,
offend
yeah.
anybody, because I imagine anybody traveling through the wilderness and not on the roads isn't generally sanctioned. Anybody traveling in this wilderness is told probably to stick to the road, which they probably happily do because they don't want to go traipsing off into the wilderness anyway.
Mm-hmm.
So
Alright.
let's ask some questions, get some answers,
Yeah.
find out where we stand and why we stand there, and then make decisions.
Okay. Thank you for breakfast and talking.
That's okay. Anytime.
Yeah, and once we get some more time to brief, yeah. Talking is a good idea.
Well, my ears are always bigger than yours.
And
ready
mine
to
too.
listen.
I'm also always ready to listen to you.
Mhm.
Don't always have to, don't go, Generally, do as I say, not as I do. I might just burn things down, but you don't always have to do the same.
I generally find that burying things has more lasting bad effects.
You know, Layla said the same thing.
Probably because it's true.
Do as I say, not as I do.
Yep.
Alright. Okay, let's get ready. We got time. Did you eat the others already?
Yeah, well, I gave Layla
Well,
the stew, so I
she's
assume she
always
will
awake.
wake up Cassius.
Alright. Don't want to interrupt that.
Yep.
Yeah, let's eat some. And have you eaten already?
Yeah, I've eaten.
Alright, then let's get ready.
Deception.
No, I'm not going for a fight now. I'm going to accept it with a breath, eat some myself, and get ready.
Cassius,
Mm-hmm.
Layla will wake you up 5:30. She gave you a bit more time to sleep, and then she will gently, wake you up by smooching and being super disgustingly cheesy.
Bless her heart.
Yeah,
Oh no, melted cheddar.
yeah, melted
Bless-
cheddar.
Bless her heart for letting me sleep.
Yeah, and then she will give you your portion.
Thank
She
you.
has already removed the bones from the fish and stuff.
Wow.
She had time.
You're fine.
Yeah.
You both can take a long rest now.
Yay!
Viera as well,
Not
by
much-
the way.
Not much of difference for me, but you know.
I mean,
Chris,
not
you might
getting
also
exhausted.
want to repack your spells.
Mm-hmm.
Moonbeam.
Forget Moonbeam. I'm just flat out taking Call Lightning. If anyone so much as fucking pulls claws out, they're gonna get struck by thunder.
No. Alright, I'm gonna wake up, eat, and get ready. Which involves.
Yeah, as I'm getting ready, I let Viera know that. I don't know if you remember that, since you were an elk at that point in time, but me and Cassius kind of noticed that in the thick of things, getting things out of our shared pocket is very much a step extra. So if you need anything on your person during it, take it out already. Like a healing potion or something like that.
Mm-hmm. That's fine, I'm carrying healing potions in there.
Alright.
Yeah. When are you gonna head to the gate? Are you gonna be on time, a bit earlier?
15 minutes before dusk.
Yeah, we wanted to talk for a bit, so, good idea.
Well, so Cass is gonna go blah, 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 eating, right?
Yeah, he's used to that.
The eating is going to be fast. The getting ready is a little bit slower, but
Yeah, okay, so 5 minutes to eat, 10 minutes to get ready, and then basically, y'all leave.
Like as I get out of the room, just look at Viera and Samira. Well, it's like both look fine. No arguments. So.
You don't quite make it quarter till, but you make it 10 minutes till. To the gate, yeah. The sun is getting darker. Dusk is coming. So to describe what you haven't quite seen, the two of you, because you haven't quite like gone all the way to the target gate as you did your round. But the gate is as impressive as the walls, but it looks like the gate is, by the way, I mean, it looks like two massive stone doors, right? Resting on impossibly large hinges, and it looks like it had been probably a long time ago a very impressive feat of engineering. However, whatever has befallen the city, one of the doors, the hinges have slightly bent under. You cannot even imagine the amount of pressure it would have taken to do this. And basically one of the doors is like slightly bent, like open towards into the city, and like the corner of it is like in the earth, sunk inside. So basically it's permanently open, wide enough for like a person comfortably to go through with a small cart, but it would certainly not, like, even larger animals would have a problem, would have to squeeze a bit. There's no guards here. There's no foot traffic in or out. This part of the town is like eerily quiet. And as you, Samira, I mean, you stepped through here, so I assume you kind of lead them. As you step through the gate, basically further down, I will switch over to what you see. Usually you would see here, if it loads, thank you. Usually you would see here houses on the outskirts of a city. Not here. What you see is just field, like flat, and strewn across the landscape, oddly regular shaped rocks and boulders that are overgrown for a long time. And as you look, you realize that these boulders are at regular distances almost, and rocks, and some of them are square outlines. And you realize that these are the remains of what used to be the town outside. It has been long since like covered by grass and dirt and moss. So yeah. However, as it is still daytime, off in the distance, like good 200 feet, if you follow what is now a very overgrown remnant of a road, is Nimrod actually already standing.
All right. Yeah. Just making my way over there if the others are following.
Hmm?
Okay. You approach, and he's standing there, like very much wearing what you saw him wearing that morning. It's like simple pants with a belt. There's a pouch hanging off his belt. The weasel is in the pouch. He has a dagger sheathed on the other side, with like it almost like you can see only the hilt, which looks almost like ornamental, except that the precious, what seems to be a precious stone in the pommel, like on the very end, seems cracked. And he is smoking some kind of sweet smelling herb. Viera, roll me a herbalism check with advantage.
Damn.
Nice. All right.
Is this your second one
It
today?
smells like sage berries, like dried sage berries.
Hmm.
A bit different, and you kind of figure it's probably a local variant or whatever it was done to it to dry it in this way so you can smoke it. It looks like he has wrapped it into like dried leaves of itself and is like smoking that.
Okay.
Which is strange because you've never seen a cigarette. Ever. You've seen people smoking herbs in pipes. So that's like, okay, interesting.
Okay.
Layla will greet him. And he will then turn around and kind of nod and giving everyone like a once over. He will hold out his hand for Brav. Like, do like a offer. Right. And Brav, honestly, is too busy like crawl walking the entire time. Because while the city had familiar smells of humanoids and city smells, this is entirely unfamiliar nature to him.
Yep.
And he's freaked out.
Yep. He's staying very close beside me.
So Nimrod will kind of... Actually, his face softens at this when he sees that. And he nods at Viera and goes like, oh, well, we don't have these here. I suppose he is probably freaked out.
I would imagine so.
Alright.
You're all ready.
Yeah, there's actually a couple of questions that I had to have before we leave, if you don't mind.
Sure.
I wait for a second to see if the others are gonna ask the questions.
You said you had a question.
The others and I.
Wait, I and the others had.
Okay.
So that implies you're going to ask first.
Alright. What I'm interested to know is if we're going fast and stealthy or are we going slow and announcing ourselves? Like what's the idea here?
We're going to go very slow. There's usually several packs roaming. If they see us, they see us. If they come over, they come over. Be calm. Leave the talking to me. Don't be aggressive. Don't provoke them. If you have any silver on you, make sure it's hidden. As I told her, or he turns to the others, addressing you directly, right? Mostly Viera, mind you. As I told her, I'm your guide, not your guardian. If you do anything to actively provoke my people, I will step outside and leave them to it.
No one's interested in provoking anybody, but I'm curious about why the aversion to silver particularly.
Well, because it hurts us particularly. It used to be used to hunt us down and kill us.
Sure, but if weapons remain sheathed and we show no sign of drawing them, surely that will be enough.
Make sure they're not seen. Not everyone is as understanding, and some families have more dire histories than others.
Okay, and how likely are we to be attacked, just generally anyway?
With me
With
here,
or without
not
you?
at all.
And
If they
can
find
ensure
you, yes, my presence will ensure that. That's what I do as a guide.
I'd like to insight check that.
Yeah, you can insight check it. Roll me insight.
that. I'm also going to insight check that.
He is completely honest.
Do I need to insight check that?
I mean, if you want to know it for yourself, yes. Yeah, he's completely honest.
We're getting all of our good dice rolls out already.
Yeah, totally. It's amazing.
Because we won't need them later.
Yeah.
Is there anything else in this forest we should be?
He
that will
turns
attack
around.
us?
What forest?
In these lands.
Oh, there's
Yeah,
trees in the distance, but what kind of packs are going to be roaming? You say packs, I assume in animal form?
That's our natural state, yes.
Okay, so wolves, bears?
Wolves, predominant. There are other kinds of deity.
Okay.
Across the steep stream plains, it's mostly the Chernovolk, which is my kind, my tribe. He's a bit reluctant in saying my tribe, by the way. Cassius, you get a hitch there. So, because you rolled very high, it's almost like he doesn't really consider himself part of that tribe.
Yeah.
Okay, and how long are we expecting the travels to be if we're going slowly?
7, 8, 9 hours. I don't know. I don't measure time when I'm out here.
Alright.
It's going to take as long as it's going to take. If you're traveling off the path, you have to be patient.
Just look at the others because I got my questions out.
Well, there
Layla will
isn't
be like,
anything.
what about other weapons? Like, I mean, we're obviously shipping them. We're not going to wait them around, but it's fine. And he goes like, he shrugs. Look, if you want to make it out here, you need me. I'm not that worried that you will be that stupid to stab me in the back, but just in case, don't stab me in the back. I mean, you're probably not gonna make it out alive here then. Otherwise, just be normal. Just don't do stupid shit.
I just grin at that.
That's
Don't got a great track record of that, but yeah, let's
that's
try.
what we planned on doing all along.
I'm gonna take you to. He rolls his eyes. The standing stones, and he does like air quotation marks. You're gonna get the thing. I'm gonna take you back, and then we're done.
And we're gonna leave, so that Ohia has no interest in coming here.
Alright. Should leave then. Let's.
Sounds good to me.
Time's awaiting.
Wasting moonlight.
But it's actually still daytime. It's getting only now dark, proper, right? But yeah, he kind of shrugs, and he pulls out the weasel from the pouch for a moment, puts it very gently down on the ground, and he gets up. And as he gets up, he pulls his shirt over his head, revealing, mind you, like you've seen the arms already are covered in tattoos, as is his neck and partially his face as well. He is covered in animal motif tattoos, like front and back, the entire chest. He shakes out the shirt, kind of like pulls it together and attaches it to his belt. Lena, ouch. Microphone noises.
Oh, mine?
Yeah.
Ooh.
Crackle.
Sounded like you were ripping apart Velcro.
Yeah.
I was
Like-
literally doing nothing. I was literally doing nothing. That was weird.
Yeah, that was weird. Anyway, he attaches it to the belt, and then he reaches between, like on the top part between his shoulder blades, like just beneath his neck, right? There's a tattoo of a wolf's head with like flowers along its like face, and as he
I
runs,
knew he was a hippie.
Jesus fucking Christ, Chris. And he runs his fingers across it, and there's like a brief, faint, almost glow to it. And then his entire form shifts into that of a large ginger wolf with white like eyes and paws and belly, you know, so it's like his hair, right? So like that rusty brown along with white patches. And his left eye remains brown and his right eye remains silverly blue, white. And then he starts walking. And by walking, I mean he's walking 2 miles an hour, very slowly.
Right, as we're walking, first of all, I just get a brief grip at, like, brush at Vera's arm, shoulder, basically, as we're walking, just to kind of check in. After that's done.
She's just got like a bemused raised eyebrow at this moment.
Okay. And then also kind of poke at Cassius if he wants to. Can I put your goggles back on? Because it's getting dark.
It's dark now.
It just like sniffs. Yeah.
Yeah. Alright.
Takes them out of the pack, puts them on.
The weasel, by the way, hurries over to the wolf and just gets on top of its back and just rides the wolf.
Yeah. If it at any point looks at my way, I just same way wiggle my fingers as a hello.
So yeah, you're walking for now.
Yeah, we're walking. At this
Should we
point, can
take
we do
a
a break?
quick break?
Yeah.
Yes.
Break.
Break time.
Break time.
BRB.
Alright.
Anyway.
But
Are you
I had-
sorted for food?
My girlfriend is gonna take it over and bring it to me. So
Oh, nice.
Oh,
so
Oh, that's
yes.
nice.
very, very nice of her. Thank you, girlfriend.
yes.
Yes.
But I also helped her with Dutch stuff. So
Okay.
She doesn't speak Dutch, I take it.
yeah, A2
Sort
level.
of.
She had to
Okay,
for
not
the
bad.
for the exam, but
Mhm.
we speak in English to each other mostly. So if there's like forms and like official stuff, especially, she's like,
Yeah,
what?
help. Yeah.
Mm.
And
Fair enough.
even then, sometimes I'm reading official forms in Dutch. I'm like, help, what?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I know the feeling, yes.
Yeah.
Anyway, you are on the way. As you start walking, very soon you start entering these rolling hills of. I mean, you don't see very far because night vision, but it's like this kind of darkness, that you usually have during full moon nights from the world where you come from. Where, like, it's kind of dark, but you can see very, very far into the distance because of the glow from the sky, right? You still have, like, obviously disadvantage on perception checks because night vision, but you can just, like, as far as your eyes can reach, you see these rolling hills with the occasional pine trees, but it's mostly plains. The other thing that you will notice very quickly is that he very soon just goes off the road. So yeah, and takes you, like, into the nature proper. So yeah.
Yeah.
He's walking in wolf form very slowly, taking his time. The weasel is sitting on top of him, and this is how you travel for the next 4 hours.
Yay.
Fun.
I'm just walking next to Layla and basically just looking around. Well, not so much because I can't see that far. And I'm on guard, for sure.
Mm-hmm.
Safe to say Vieira's on high alert.
Braff eventually starts relaxing a tiny bit, and starts.
No. Stay on your guard.
No, I mean, I have to. No. What I meant with relaxing a tiny bit, he was crawl walking. When cats are very anxious, He was crawl walking. Luckily, Nimrod was walking slow enough for him to, like, keep up while crawl walking, right? But eventually he starts walking normally. He's still very nervous, and you see him constantly sniffing and his ears, like, darting in all directions. He's on edge. Mostly because all these smells, all these plants are entirely unfamiliar to him.
Vieira will reassure him slightly, but obviously he can tell from her, he can sense she's still on edge as well.
4 hours in, he stops to take a break. Basically, just to give you a moment, to drink water, whatever. It's very obvious that it's not the first time he's leading somebody, so he kind of seems to know the limitations of, humanoids.
Mm-hmm.
He will shift briefly back into his normal, like, his human form, and just look at all of you, like, just look. It's almost like he wants to ask if you're all okay, but he doesn't. He just looks.
Vieira will make sure that Breath's got something to drink as well. She'll kind of pour water in from her water skin into her hand so he can lap up some.
Nimrod will kind of look at you and the cat and go, does he need food?
No, he had a giant fish for breakfast.
If you say so, he's quite big. He looks like he can eat way more.
He'll be fine.
He shrugs. Looks away, stretches, pulls out one of those, like it looks like dry leaves, but they're like still elastic, and he puts like herbs into it and starts rolling them up, and then reaches into the pouch and pulls out like 2 stones where he just basically like produces enough sparks to like start making the end of that like roll, smoke and light up. And then he puffs away at that herb in silence, unless spoken to.
Ain't gonna be me. I'm just gonna sit down, eat some rations, and it's chill.
And then once he's done smoking, which is like a good 10 minutes, I would say.
Mhm.
It takes his time.
I just asked a general question, even just to Viera, and he can answer it as well. He can just in general question. So I didn't really see anyone, but Webby, like, were there others around already, or because we're quite a few hours in already?
What you could hear in the distance were howls. They sounded far away, right? But
Okay.
close enough for you to hear them.
Yeah. Samira is very aware that she's not the most perceptive, so she's gonna ask, like, even just Viera, if anyone came closer. She just simply didn't see.
Nothing close enough for me to see.
Okay.
I think anything that recognizes him is probably just going to stay away because they don't want to get involved, I would imagine.
He shrugs.
Alright.
They'll probably get close enough to be able to see if we're on our own or not. And then when they realize we're not, stay away. The only people that are likely to intervene are going to be packs. That I don't know how hierarchy works.
Yeah.
Nimrod will look over his shoulder and goes like, is that question?
If you're willing to share.
I mean, if you're willing to ask, sure.
You make it sound like you have some sort of deal where you can escort travelers, and
It's not
the other packs won't bother you.
Deal. There are guides. Most of the cities in Guyland have them. They're not as common in Northgate because Northgate doesn't. Well, never mind.
Really
Either
go
way,
anywhere. Yeah.
the customs differ from tribe to tribe.
Mm-hmm.
Some
you
are more
said
nomadic, some are more sedentary. Some will come up and check, some will stay at a distance, depending on whether they like your smell or not, quite frankly.
How many
and-
packs lands are we traveling through?
We're traveling through the lands of the Chernowalk, the steep stream plains here, as far as you can. And he just
So
opens his
one
arms.
pack.
It's a very large pack. Divided in
You said that
multiple.
they were yours as well?
I am born of the Chernowalk, yes.
Okay.
I
Was it your
lived.
decision to go to the city and stay there as a guide, or was that something that was asked of you?
I decided to be in the city, yes.
Okay.
You can see the muscles tense in his jaw for a second. Then he takes another puff of the cigarette.
Well, going back to the question, not question, I'd be interested as well. How's pack hierarchy life thing? Is it similar to structure-wise, like a family would be, or a city more?
Depends on the tribe. In some, it is the women who lead. Some it is the males. Some have tribal leaders. Some have one. Some are guided by the shamans. In general, the shamans have quite good standings within all of the tribes, for obvious reasons.
What about your tribe?
I don't have a tribe. I live in the city.
What about the Chernobyl clan?
The Chernowolk are a people of many tribes, and they live in the steep plains, which is a very large territory.
Do guides usually not have tribe?
Depends. We are not a monolith.
Alright.
I assume the primary objective is for you to maintain control of the lands.
The primary objective is to make sure that the humans don't think that they're in charge of the land. Otherwise, we just live our lives.
I assume that applies to all of the human cities across Galen.
In particular, very much so for Northgate, but in the wider sense for every city, yes.
Would you mind sharing why it's so special in a negative way?
Because of the pact that was made a long time ago, and the way we have been treated by the Iron King and his Iron Guards.
The current Iron King.
The former Iron King. The grudges in these lands are very old.
Sure, and that's why I'm clarifying which one. So.
The one that was alive, he well, I guess it would be now 11 ages ago. 1,100 years. We were forced into making deals just to survive.
And now the shoe is on the other foot, so to speak.
He shrugs together. The other cities spread further. Northgate is different.
Is Northgate the biggest of them? Do you know?
He shakes his head. No, the capital city is the biggest.
No.
Okay. I assume that's too far away for you or your tribe to worry about.
Yeah, not part of the steep stream plains.
Okay.
Usually there's other guides that take the caravans past the borders. We are respectful of each other's lands. He looks into the distance. And you can watch him reach for another tattoo and kind of run his fingers over it. And then you hear a sudden flock of birds, ravens, burst from the grass nearby. And they fly off into the distance.
Was that a signal of some sort?
Probably sending a message.
No, I'm sending scouts to see if other wolves are out there. He rolls his eyes.
Was not like we would know any better.
So you were talking to the animals?
I was calling on my brethren for help. Again, we respect each other out here. He takes the last puff of the cigarette. and make sure he actually puts it out between his fingers. He knows just like chucking it into the grass. Because fire. Bad. And he gotta like deposit the rest of the leaves into the same pouch where he like took it out because it's still herbs, right? He's not throwing it away. And he looks at all of you, like, ready to keep going?
Yeah, I think we're ready to go.
Yeah. So, he will reach again behind his back to that wolf tattoo and run his fingers over it. And then shift, like lean forward, shifting into that large wolf form. And then keep going very slowly. You travel for another hour, at which point the wolf howls start getting closer. At some point, the flock of birds seems to come back, and he stops and kind of listens to the ravens and crows as they're like, rah, 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 rah. No, as cravens, they're like loud birds, very. And then they disperse again. And he keeps walking for another hour before you hear them, because they howl in the distance. So they keep announcing themselves basically the entire time. You see a pack of wolves approaching, and by pack I mean good 3-4 dozen of large wolves of various colorations. And they're not like rushing at full speed. They're like, trotting ahead and coming along. And he like takes some distance from you towards them and basically greet them. And as they arrive, you witness basically what seems to be them talking to each other, although you don't understand a single fucking word because it's mostly growling. Some yapping, some, some of them will start like circling you. Some will get close enough to take a better whiff. Nothing too aggressive. It's mostly like checking your smell. Viera, you would know this. This is like, they're not bearing their feet. Yeah. And then circle back, right? There's a lot of them, right? They're all very big, as in large creatures. Your itty bitty one silver weapon wouldn't probably help you much here to begin with.
Exactly, it's not a threat. So.
And yeah, they
it's sheathed and under her cloak anyway, so it's not exactly visible to the naked eye.
One of them gets a bit too close to a Braff, and Braff starts like, excessively hissing, and basically the wolf just like backs off.
Pull him back into the middle of the group.
They're not bothered. They understand that he's scared, right?
Yeah. Well, there's 40 of them.
Yeah. And the conversation continues, at which point a dozen of them split suddenly off and start running, like rushing off, basically into the direction where you were heading to, right? Another dozen splits off and starts heading straight south.
And we're heading in what direction?
You're heading east. Or actually, no, you're heading south. So basically one went west, one went east, and one went south into your direction. So 3 packs like of a dozen wolves splits off. And then the last remains, and they exchange a few more quote-unquote words, and then follow the pack that went west. At which point he continues walking. At this point, he actually starts walking at a normal speed. And I mean 30 feet, like normal, human traveling speed.
Yeah. Care to fill us in?
He stops, looks at you, kind of to think about it for a moment. Because he's in wolf form. You can hear the like exhale through his nose. And then he shifts back into the humanoid form. I just let them know that there is a potentially dangerous item at what you call the Standing Stones. And that we might have a Hohian incursion following after it. So they sent out people to make sure that the territory is safe.
Okay.
There will be one pack that will stay close by within howling distance. But otherwise, I'm to take you there and make sure that you get the fuck out as soon as possible.
Sounds good to us.
Completely fine.
Mm-hmm.
Do you want us to do the talking if by some chance the Hohians are?
If the
Yeah.
Hohians are here, they will not live long enough to talk.
Okay.
You are standing on the battlefield of a war that has been fought 350 years ago. Thousands of wolves died here as we were defending our territories against the Hohians. The only way to stop us was to turn an entire patch of their own nature into dead silver barbs. That's how much they hated us. They better not step into this territory ever again.
Well, I certainly hope they don't.
Mind you, I want to point out, if you guys, like, I'm going off the passives of insight here, but if you want to roll me an active insight check to see if you get a higher roll,
Sure.
please do.
Yeah.
I'll do it.
Ew. Any improvement's good for me.
No, that's not higher.
Yeah, it's fine. Your passive is 18. I'm still going off the passive, at least. Viera, you don't care. Okay, you do. I want to point out.
Passive sire.
Yeah, I want to point out that he is speaking of this oddly personal.
Yeah.
There's not like, oh, my people have suffered, abstract.
Yeah,
It's like,
no, it's
you
like
know.
he lives long enough that he was there, potentially.
Potentially, yes. It could be that, yeah.
Speaking from experience of whether he witnessed war and was too young to fight back or whether he was old enough to fight, either way,
Yeah,
it's a
it's-
personal experience.
it's
he's
a
recounting.
personal, yeah, it's a personal experience. There's this deeply, it's not just anger, it's just pain anger, right? Of a great injustice that he has seen, experienced, has been done to his people, right? And by battlefield, you can see that he literally means the plains you've been walking on.
Yeah, the
you
whole
know,
area.
yeah.
Would I have sent some of them in my 16 or no?
No.
Okay.
I mean, this is what all three of you have noticed with the way he talks about this, right?
Okay.
This is why I was sharing it in general. Otherwise, I would have said, except for Samira. So yeah, don't worry. And yeah, so you keep on walking a bit. You know, he waits to see if you have more questions. By the way, so if you do, let me know.
Nope. Just wanted an update of what happened, and that was fine. He gave that. It's all good.
Leila was, by the way, nodding as if kind of aware of that conflict that he mentioned, like 350 years ago. But then again, she did mention that Bertram is the one who's better at this historical stuff in general. And Bertram is not here. Too bad.
Oink, oink.
Oink, oink, maybe, potentially. Anyway, so he will do it's the same motion, you know, he strokes his fingers across the wolf tattoo and then shifts into the wolf form. And keeps going. Faster now, as I said. You make the rest of the path within an hour.
Question.
Yes?
Does it look like he's invoking the magic of a tattoo to turn into the wolf?
Potentially.
Like Samira has magic tattoos. Can I do some kind of check?
I mean,
see?
Arcana is the check here.
Hey, not bad.
He's invoking some kind of magic. Considering the shifting is right after, it is a reasonable assumption that they're somehow connected, if not the cause of him shifting into this form.
I'm trying to gauge whether he's naturally a human shifting into a wolf, or naturally a wolf shifting into a human, and then this allows him to undo that.
You can't really tell because there's no other components, if you will. Yeah, you're very correct that it's similar to the tattoos that Samira has, right?
Yeah.
There is certainly some kind of magic
somehow.
Yeah, it's imbued magically because that's even visually very obvious, right? But otherwise, no. Like without doing a detect magic, to at least gauge the nature of the magic. Mind you, Samira can do me a flash of her thing if you want.
I was gonna wait until you guys finished your stuff.
Yeah.
But yeah, at the third use of that, which I recognize as magic tattoo, Samira's curious to see how many of his tattoos are magical.
A good part. Some are smaller, some are not all of them, right? There's definitely a lot of filler in between to make it a coherent, thing. But yeah, certainly the wolf tattoo is one of them. There are different schools of magic, the way you pick up on it. The wolf thing is transmutation. You can tell it for sure. Oh god. The rest, please look at the list that we made and figure it out. Because Jesus fucking Christ, it was a long list. But yeah, the wolf thing is transmutation.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, Viera, you can't tell. The way it looks to you, it looks very much like he is invoking magic to shift into the wolf.
Okay.
Because you have seen now him touching it 3 times, and 3 times he has shifted. So
yeah, I was just wondering if she's wise enough to know that he is doing that.
Yeah.
She was trying to figure out if he's normally a wolf in a human, and this allows him to end the magic that is turning him into a human, or if he's normally a human and is turning into a wolf, vice versa.
It starts glowing with magic when after he touches it. So it's whatever.
It's almost like is he naturally not a shifter, basically, and this is allowing him to be a shifter.
You don't know. I mean,
no.
You can't tell by just looking.
Don't know.
Right.
Yep. That's fine.
And Cassis would have to do an identify to tell exactly.
That's fine.
It's like, hey, would you stand still while I'm casting identify for 10 minutes?
For 10 minutes.
Yeah, I need to quickly poke your tattoo. Give me just a second.
So, let me
There's
now
one way
give
to
you...
find out what his natural form is, and that's to kill him, and he'll revert.
Yes. There you go. That's the way to do it, yes.
Uh-huh.
All up to you, yeah.
You can see the tree, the massive, massive tree in the distance in the glow of the pale light beneath the sun, way before you approach it. It is in the middle of this rolling plains, on what seems to be yet another small hill. And on top of the hill, you see the tree before you see the standing stones themselves. As you get closer, you start seeing bluish lights. Cassius, you know this color blue. It is very reminiscent of your gem. But as you get closer, and as you properly arrive at the hill, you realize that the glow comes from countless bluish, purple, golden orchids that grow around the roots of this tree. And almost like as if it's hugging the stones with its massive roots. The standing stones are within this, like, almost like a cauldron within this small hill. And just to give you a better layout of what you're approaching, so you can, explore. If it loads, maybe today. Wait, it's supposed to be night. Okay.
Does anything Viera sees have any kind of druidic significance to the things that she knows, given that she hasn't had a typical druidic
I don't think
education?
the standing stones are very typical for elves, where you come from.
But do they have any significance? Like these are typical standing stones of a, I don't know, religious area for religious ceremonies, or is it?
It looks that way. It's in the circular shape.
Celebration of the seasons, or
You don't know what it is for. There's no immediate, obvious purpose to it, right?
and nothing matches anything I know.
Not from your culture, right?
Okay.
But I mean, there have been monuments to, and natural formed altars even in your forests, right? This looks like the central part is almost like it's built beneath this tree, which is huge, and in your nature is to naturally assume that the tree is the center point of this place, that the place has been built beneath this great tree, right?
On purpose, yeah.
On purpose, yeah. And that the way it is built, you have this like path leading up and then into the center, like where this is like a small watery area. Like I said, and these orchids. And you remember a description from Tiffany. From the looks as you approach, you can't be sure, but the way Tiffany described them, these are ghost orchids.
Sites of great tragedy, huh?
Yeah.
There's a few more trees, pine trees, but yeah, definitely the massive oak is taking the show by far.
As we're getting closer, is he like in his token in his human form?
He
or?
actually shifts back, yes.
Okay.
And
I'm just gonna ask him. So you obviously aren't calling this the Standing Stones. What would you call this place?
It's a grove almost.
bones. These are the bones of remembrance. This is what we call it.
Very somber. But fitting, I guess.
It was built after the war ended, which is why I was surprised that you even knew that it exists.
Yeah.
It was built to remember the things that were done to us and that we survived.
Terrible happened here.
You're standing on. He looks everywhere around.
This is the center of the battlefield, I'm assuming.
I don't know if you can call it really a center. It was a large battle fought in many lines. But yeah, occasionally some of our people come here to remember. So we never forget what happened in the past.
Viera will do some sort of kind of religious blessing. I don't want to call it religious blessing, a druidic blessing, if you will. Because she recognizes the sanctity of such a place.
And then he will like, he will watch you, but not say anything, right? He's not the type of person who's like very open to begin with, if you know what I mean. And he will then step forward and then kind of like look around himself, and then turn to you and goes, well,
all right. Don't wanna overstay a welcome to a place like this. And where did we get the initial pulse during the divination? Where of the object?
Round stone in the middle. So I'm letting you guys explore at this point. You can ask me questions. You can roll investigation or whatever checks you feel are appropriate. This is your moment to figure out where the fact. Like, you don't see any obvious space. Like, oh, here's the staff. Ta-da! It looks quiet.
I'm gonna shoot of an immediate magic awareness as soon as I stepped up onto the hill.
You get a ping from the tree.
The tree, okay?
And you get specifically evocation. The entire tree.
Tread carefully.
It's like within, it's like an inch off the surface of the tree is evocation, like leaf, branches, roots.
Fiera will get close enough so that we're within kind of talking distance of the tree.
I'll let the others know that it's magical, the tree, so to be careful.
I also want to point out that the stones themselves, the ones that are in the water, and by in the water I mean the smaller ones. It's odd because they just seem to be of a louder background noise, if you know what I mean. They're not a specific enchantment. It's more like they're tapping into the depth of the overall background magic.
A tree is magical and something is up with those stones.
Like magical how? What kind?
I'm surprised the whole area isn't magical.
Like your kinds of attacking magic. Like, correct me if out of character I'm wrong. Evocation is like mostly like sending attacks, right?
It's exploding magic.
Evocation isn't necessarily attack magic. Sending a message is evocation too.
Yeah.
So it's the invoking of something, whether that is to create blasts of power or whether that is to send a message. It's everything that the other schools of magic are not.
Yeah, it's the invoking of magic, like a power, like you said. So
there's also this statuette here, by the way.
Of what?
Of a person, of a man, just
Human.
stylized. Yeah, I mean, you think it doesn't have enough detail, right? Looks like a knee-height person looking at the stone in the middle, on the little grass circle. Nimrod is by the way like wrapping another cigarette as he's watching you. He's not commenting on your musing. He doesn't seem
to very carefully just move around the stone and the statue onto the grass. And then she's going to see... Is this the kind of... I mean, to her, this is probably the exact kind of tree you'd expect a dryad to live in.
Oh yeah, very much so, yes. It looks like, I want to point out, the fields in these lands are very vivid. They look like they haven't been touched by human hand for a very long time. It's actually very pleasant for you to look at these lands. The tree is even more green. Roll me a nature check with advantage, Vera, as you check the tree out. Fuck my life. Okay. You don't see them, especially in comparison to the 500-year-old tree that you saw in the city, right? All trees have certain markers that besides the thickness of it, that show that they're very old, right?
Yeah.
This thing is old, but it's almost like it's thicker than you would expect for its age, if that makes sense.
Okay.
So Nimrod said this was built 350 years ago.
Does it feel like it's been artificially sped up or aged?
It looks almost like maybe plant growth, right? Something. It looks way greener. It looks amazingly healthy. Even the peripheral little roots, they're all very. It's almost like green branches, They have even the bark has that appearance to it, even the thick of the bark, right, on the massive trunk.
From what I know, is it possible that this is sitting on a ley line?
I mean, can you fire me off your primeval awareness?
Yeah, it takes me a minute to sit and do it, though.
I mean, if you want to, but it's even before you do it, it's a good assumption. Yeah. It's sitting on a cluster.
It's sitting on a cluster
junction.
of ley lines, yeah.
And there's countless little, like the roots of the tree, spreading over into the fields around. It's almost like the tree is the anchor. There's life. There's an amazing amount of life here. You can taste it.
Yeah, you can almost feel it. Yeah. Okay.
Can I move around these the stones in this kind of general area? And just do a general investigation.
Mind you, where you're standing, the stones behind you are taller than you. The stones in front of you, they're actually below you. They're in the dip, right?
Ah, okay.
These are here. You can literally take a step forward from where you are and stand on top of the stones.
I'm not going to do that.
So I'm just gonna give you one more time the actual. See, this is what it looks like actually. So you're standing basically on that hill above, looking down where Vera is, right?
Ah, okay, yeah.
And this is where the statuette is. I tried my best approximation, you guys.
All good.
It works.
Yeah.
So yeah, let me get you back
how's the lighting situation? Like the orchids themselves are lighting this place up?
Yes, the glow comes from within. The sparks that are flying off, almost like embers. They're deeply magic. It's like one glance. Nimrod is, by the way, very carefully watching you if you're getting anywhere close to the orchids.
No. This is a resting place. I wouldn't
Yeah.
But upon that.
In general, I'm gonna look around these stones here.
Yeah.
If I don't find anything there, like around the sides, and I'm just going to like investigate, look closely for any other kind of symbology.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna be in tandem with Cassius, move up my armband to give him like light for color vision and stuff to help him. So basically, give him a help action with that.
Yeah, I want to interrupt you, Samira. Roll me a history check, please.
Okay. Okay. Just missed it.
Initially,
Mm-hmm.
you want to help, but just as you walk over, something catches your eye, and it's on one of the stones. You think you remember something from those runes that your patron
Mhm.
And you're standing now above them. Like if you want to like take a closer look, they're like down below. You would have to actually go along the path where Viera is, right?
Yeah.
But it's like there are symbols on those stones that are in the water that seem familiar to you, and you're like almost drawn to it.
Yeah, I'll make my way back down to sort of.
As you step before you step down there, as you step
Uh-huh.
closer again, you can see that Nimrod is paying particular attention to you. He has been watching Viera so far very closely, but as you do this like double take almost, like look at the stone and then like double back and start going down, his attention is on you, like with one quirked eyebrow, but you don't care at this point because you were paying attention to stones. It's more like a point to the others, right?
Yeah, just kind of wiggle my way past. Like not standing on top of the stone, but like wedged to get a closer look.
As you step into the circle proper, you feel a draw to the stone in the center. It's like, you know how you have peripheral vision and then sometimes you tunnel vision onto things, right? It's not like that everything else around you stops existing. It's just like somehow the stone in the middle is really drawing your attention. Viera, what are you doing at this moment, by the way, as she like steps closer?
Past me.
Yeah, just
And
past
by the
like
way, this is where you're standing. And when
Yeah.
this happens, I want to point out, sorry for yanking you
Alright.
back. Sorry.
Predominantly investigating the tree and the plinth in the middle, like what's on it, what's around it, is there any
Yeah.
carving, that kind of stuff.
It's like in the picture you could see, there's like several of these balls around. Cassius, they will be interesting to you and to Samira partially. I don't think Viera has ever seen it. They look almost like a stone imitation of an auxiliary sphere. Like somebody tried to carve stone in a way that imitates that. Right. Considering that you're looking for a scepter that has literally an auxiliary sphere on the top of it, the resemblance is interesting, to say the least. But this is not what you are thinking about right now, Samira. What you're thinking about right now is that you really want to touch this stone.
I have to. Yeah, I'm touching the stone.
Yeah. Just move one up. Thank you. Viera. You watch her step up to the stone and her eyes go blank. Like her face goes slack. Like she just...
Does she actually touch the stone?
Yeah, she touches the stone, and it almost like she switches off. She's standing. She's not screaming in pain or anything. There's nothing like big happening, but she has switched off visibly. Cassius, you see Nimrod getting very attentive to what's going on here the moment Samira lays her hand on the stone.
Are there any kind of branches or anything on the ground?
No. Not in this within the circle.
Way towards.
Nimrod will like raise if you're trying to go like past downwards, he will like raise his hands like, don't touch her. Don't try to pull her away. She has been selected by the bones. Let her. She will see things and then she will remove her hand when she is done. If you pull her away before that, it might hurt her. It might kill her.
Has it selected people before like this?
My kind?
Can you detect magic?
will take me a while. Yeah. I'll take out the book and start casting Detect Magic ritually. Outside of the circle. I'm still outside. Yeah. But I guess 10 minutes.
While this is happening, Lena, this is what you're experiencing. You have fun reading.
Thank you. I am taking my time reading.
Yes. Yara, anything you're doing?
Attentively watching Samira.
Okay. So, 10 minutes pass. You're just about to finish your cast. There's like this quiet silence. Nimrod is intently watching Samira the entire time. He's not taking his eyes off of her. Viera, roll me an insight check. Unless you're like not really looking at him at all, then don't mind. Don't bother.
Don't give a shit about him. I'm paying attention to Samira.
Samira looks calm. It's just that again, she's mentally not there. You can see
Keeping
that.
an eye on like her vital signs.
Yeah, you can see her eyes like kind of flickering from side to side, almost like she's experiencing a waking dream.
Yeah, it's stuff like I'm paying attention to her heart rate, her breathing rate, all that kind of stuff.
Samira, what would your heart rate and breathing rate be thus far? Your
Calm.
physicality, yeah, okay.
It's very calm. Almost as if she's asleep.
Yeah. Samira, also, Layla, she's kind of like tense in this moment. Like she clearly doesn't like what's happening here, right? There's no sight of the staff. She's been like watching everything going around as well, like looking at this place. What is happening with Samira is like, like she's getting all kinds of jitters here, but she's not actively interfering or doing anything. She's just at the ready, right? Braff himself seems oddly more calm in this area. He kind of properly calmed down as you arrived up here in this area. Again, because this is like nature personified, if you will.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, Viera had the same reaction.
Yeah. But as I said, just when you were about to finish your cast, good like 9 minutes in, so like actually a good minute away, you hear it in the distance, way above you somewhere, out of sight because it's night.
Coming.
The beating of wings and a roar in the distance as something takes a very wide sweep. Something huge. Samira, you don't hear that, by the way.
I figured.
From here on out, until I tell you otherwise, you're not noticing anything around you besides the stuff I'm giving you.
Okay.
Presumably we've got some actions we can take.
Yes, you have, one.
I'm going to use the Hairpin of Sanctuary on Samira.
Okay. You hear a thud to this, directly, to the south. It's not to the south, actually. It's, the tree is not the map you're on. Yeah. But if you want the direction from below you, right? Basically this direction. Wait.
Do you have any kind of indication from the sounds of what it was? A wyvern, a dragon? I've got experience with all of those
sounds
creatures.
like it. You would wyvern sounds wyvern-like, not quite. It's a bit different. Especially because the beating of wings sounds feathery.
Okay.
Right.
So giant eagerly, perhaps.
Perhaps, but it wasn't it wasn't caca, right? It was clearly
more like a roar.
Yeah, it was clearly more wyvern from the sound. But
was it more like a cat-like roar?
No. It sounded very much like draconic, if you will.
Draconic-y, serpenty, wyvern-y, yeah.
Yes. but the wings are not skin wings, because you know the difference.
Yeah.
You've spent enough, if it's a dragon, it's nothing like you have heard before in this variation. You have never seen a dragon with wings, with feathers, right?
Feathers, yeah.
But either way, you hear the thud of something landing. By the sounds of it, again, I would say you can tell it's not gargantuan. It's more like on the large side.
Mm-hmm.
But the thing that steps into sight from below is not a huge thing, and you recognize this face as Lady Amalia in an evening gown, absolutely not matching the nature she is standing in, steps forward into your line of sight. And basically giving you time to notice her as she's getting closer. And she will stop here with like a somewhat smug smile. Good evening. Cassius, you would have to say you're being interrupted with the
Nimrod.
detective.
Yeah,
Give-
like
given
as
that
something landed.
She's
like,
trespassing.
Nimrod will almost instinctively like reach behind, and like actually he doesn't even reach behind him. He like instinctively whirls around because he didn't expect this. Whatever this thing was, right? The size of it, you can see that this is not normal. This is not, he was already alert, but as she steps forward, he snarls. Cassius, you can see it because you're right next to him, right? His entire face contorts. He snarls and then explodes basically into the wolf form. And let me how do I do that? Drag and drop, Chris, right?
Yeah, drag and drop onto the character sheet.
Give me. He doesn't shift into a large wolf. He shifts into a huge wolf.
Mm-hmm. That's a big fucking wolf.
it's quite big.
And basically steps forward and starts growling at her, right? And she kind of raises her hands. It's like, I'm not here to have arguments or quarrels with the deity. I am here because of the puny little human who's standing behind you. If you don't mind, I'll just want to have a brief conversation and I'll be off on my way.
I think we had our conversation.
Like,
Can you even see her at this point?
It's
not
like,
really.
Not really. There's just like there's a giant ass, a tail, and fur in front of your face.
He steps a bit back, looks at you, and kind of snarls as in like disapproval. What have you brought into my lands? Right. But he's not approving on either of you. Not her, not you, not anyone. Right. He is not amused by this.
Wrong place, wrong time, I think.
very much so. I thought we had our conversation.
Well, I wanted to offer a final time my, what do you call it, help, considering the friend that has been following you to here. Well, you see, I noticed you wearing those gloves, and I cannot help but wonder how many of them you have already. And considering you're hiding them, it's such a shame to leave them in the hands of someone who does not appreciate the gifts of the Undying King. Perhaps you should leave these to someone who knows how to appreciate them. And in turn, I might be willing to be persuaded to helping you with your friend.
Such a shame.
Can I whisper? Isn't one of those spells Kiss?
I mean, you can.
I just step forward. Such a shame indeed. However, that is what it is. We had our conversation, and while your offer as help is appreciated, it is not needed. I suggest you take your leave, and whatever approaches will be fine. That is my final answer. And with that, I would like to roll intimidation.
Yeah, you can roll intimidation.
And I'm
Fuck, man.
fuck me. Ah!
Fuck, man.
Yeah. I mean, to be fair, she doesn't seem to be even intimidated by the giant fucking wolf next to you, right?
True. True.
You also don't know where that giant thing that landed has gone to, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
So she
I
seems
know where it's gone to.
she seems very amused, right? Either way, her eyes dart for a moment to the side, to this, like on the other side, like opposite you, on the other side of the wolf, not at the wolf. Vera, at this moment, you will notice like almost like a choking sound from Layla, and as you glance back, you have this like she. It's like for a moment, her visage turns into this like weird demonic cat, and she almost like fighting to remain like to hold her human shape face, right? And it happens like rapidly a few times in a row, like she's really fighting, and you can see her being confused and starting to look around, as if like she almost expects this kind of reaction only when certain things are happening, and those are outward things, because her eyes are darting around in clear worry, right? While this is happening, Amalia will be like, oh well, I suppose I made my offer, you made your decision, I shall leave you playing with your friends. And she kind of like shrugs, and at that point, from the stone next to Nimrod, and you mostly see it because he starts backing off, like sniffing the air, like and making this face like there's something foul. And a moment later you realize what is it not so much appears, but oozes into existence. This tar pouring over the stone, as from this goo that looks oddly like the puddle that the hag left behind, emerges a tar-covered cat, and it seeps from its form, and you recognize the face of Mishra. And please, everyone, roll my initiative. Shall add you to the initiative order.
Do I roll initiative?
You roll initiative, yes.
Okay.
Give me a second. Need to add you all.
How long have we been traveling?
6 hours. 6-7 hours. Okay.
There is currently no active combat encounter.
Oh, god damn it. Okay, let me individually... Oh, oops. I did the other thing where I made you all invisible. That's what I did.
I think that helps.
That's not going to help.
I'll
God
add
fucking damn it.
this. I'll add this.
I wanted this like nice new feature to come into play, and it's a natural fucking one.
Eesh. Hate it. Appropriately low.
Embarrassingly low.
Hey, but Vinny's around, so that's something. Could you have Vinny?
Isn't he acting on your, or is it an independent initiative?
Well, I could add him after mine. No worries. We don't need to add an extra.
I mean, if what does the feat say? Because I think the familiar is like supposed to act on your turn, basically.
Okay, let me just look at. Boom. Boop, boop, boop,
Boop 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 boop.
boop, 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 boop. Own initiative. According to Find Familiar, he rolls his own initiative.
Okay, then let me pull out Vinny.
I got him already pulled out next to me.
Ah, okay. Then I shall add him to there. Bam.
Ew!
Holy
Second
shit,
turn.
Amalia Graf actually won out on initiative.
Damn.
Yeah, I don't have any of my stuff active, so.
Yeah. So, well then let me start with her. This is gonna be great. So.
Wait, give me a second. Vinny, okay, move. Wait, so I can move that. Yeah.
Sorry, give me a second. Just getting my bearings here. Oh, here. So, she will smile as Misha appears, as in like, told you so, and then explode into this. You would say it's draconic, but it doesn't really, like, Viera, you have never seen anything like this. The closest to this that roll me what would fit like fantastic monsters more.
Arcana?
Arcana or
History,
nature or
probably.
history, yeah, whatever is higher for you. It's technically in your
We're talking
realm.
about intelligence
Yeah.
skills here.
Yeah.
Nothing's higher.
Well, okay, whatever is highest of those, roll that, please, for a second. It is reminiscent of something, but it almost like looks like a deviated form. Deviant.
Oh,
like,
that was so close to a 20.
it has like the maw of a dragon, right?
Mhm.
The wings are feathery, but it's almost like it's covered in a oily tar-like substance, if you will.
You mean like the kind of substance we found next to the dead crew member?
Or
of
that
the-
Misha is
That's
just
now
oozing.
dripping from Misha.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
It's way less present than Misha. Misha is like covered in it. He's producing it almost, right? It's like it's flowing down and dripping down the stone actively, like it's coming from like an unknown source the entire time, right?
Yeah.
There is some of that traces on this large creature. It will dart forward and it will try to constrict you, Cassius.
Try to constrict me.
I will roll. 19 to hit.
Armor class is 16.
That hits. Okay. So, you are grappled.
Is that not an acrobatics check to?
No, if it hits you, you're grappled. It's basically what happens. You can try to
You
escape.
now
on-
make an acrobatics check to get out.
Yeah, you can.
That's a
You can.
grapple.
Yeah, you. It's just for future reference when you're trying to get out. It's a DC 15 on your turn.
Okay.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Either way, this tail wraps around you, and she shoots straight up in the air 60 feet.
Oh.
Okay.
So please note down somewhere so you can keep track. You're now 60 feet up in the air.
Thankfully, we got Fetterfall.
He doesn't have it, you idiot.
Idiot!
I'm just gonna do a thingy here. So there, you're up in the air, 60 feet.
Yep. Okay.
The goal was clearly to get to you.
Mm-hmm.
At least from this thing here. So, that's... I also didn't fucking begin combat because I'm smart. Okay. That's from Amalia. Vinny! Vinny's very confused. Vinny's
very confused.
He's getting the feed from you, right? Because you're of your bond. Mind you, because Vinny can't talk, can't really tell anyone what's happening. But yeah.
So there's like a feed from Zamira, and then there's the actual reality of what the fuck is happening.
Yeah, please roll me a wisdom saving throw for Vinny. Just to see if he can... Okay, as long as you roll me, like on every turn of Vinny, roll me a wisdom saving throw for him. And if he rolls 15 or higher, he can actually act, like push whatever's coming from you. And it's a lot, right? Off to the side to focus on what's happening around him.
Okay.
But I'm leaving up to you what he decides to do with that.
So, first thing Vinny's gonna realize is that Cassie is no longer there. Fuck. Okay. Other priority is make sure the other person in the party is okay. Like, the human has attachment to this other one as well. So, moving over to... basically slink over to Viera. And for this turn, Vinny's just gonna hitch a ride on Viera. That's it, yeah, because I don't think Vinny's aware of Misha yet.
Okay, Layla has clearly some adverse reaction to Misha appearing. Like, whatever's happening with her here, she is... Okay, I have to remove her exhaustion first. Anyway, she is seemingly struggling maintaining her human form and fighting it with every fiber, right, of herself. So I'm gonna roll a saving throw here. For now, she is basically stunned for mechanics purposes while she's trying to settle herself. A breath.
Breath didn't get attack of opportunity on her disappearing out of his range.
Yes, you can do an attack of opportunity.
Not that it's gonna do an awful lot, but...
You're saying he doesn't have
Actually-
Sentinel? Wow.
It's actually a humanoid. Is she humanoid?
No.
Technically not. Okay, I'll
Nope.
do the first one. His attack of opportunity.
I want to point out it misses because as he claws, there's this shimmer of arcane energy. Basically, he doesn't even connect proper.
Yeah, some sort of magic armor. What does Misha look like? Does it look like a cat made out of tar?
It manifested into reality. It's almost like an apparition appearing, but you have never seen anything like this.
He's going to back up 10 feet, and he's holding an action that if Misha attempts to move toward Viera or the wolf, he's going to attack. And he's going to do a run pounce attack if he's heading toward Viera.
Yeah. From what you can gather right now, he seems to still like operating, if you want. He's still in the process of becoming physical, right? He doesn't
My
look
turn.
very, like, he looks like he's in awful pain, mind you. Like, whatever his state is doesn't look pleasant. And it's your turn, yes.
From my perspective, presumably looks hostile.
Yes.
Presumably looks incorporeal, aka I should be using special stuff.
Very corporeal right now, but considering that the
Okay.
last time you saw this car, it was a hag.
Yep. Terribly sorry. This is probably going to annoy the locals. He needs to make a dexterity saving throw.
Here's a question. He's technically not on the ground. He's up on the rock.
How high up?
It's 5 feet up.
Yeah, it's a 20-foot cube, aka 20 by 20
Okay.
by 20, so it's gonna smash straight through him.
Okay.
Yeah. So dexterity saving throw. Don't even know what my DC is. What is my DC? That's a
It
good
says right
question.
there,
It's on
15.
the bottom of the spell book.
Yeah.
Yeah, 15. So he takes half damage, 3d12.
What kind of damage?
Bludgeoning damage.
Bludgeoning. Okay.
13 bludgeoning damage.
So
That
6.
entire area around him is difficult terrain now. So he has to basically, halves his movement speed.
Okay. Anything else?
Yes, I'm going to. I can't bonus action Hunter's Mark, can I? Because it's not a cantrip.
Not a cantrip, no.
No, that's fine. I'm gonna stay where I am at.
So first of all, Nimrod needs to do a Constitution saving throw because he was very close when this thing evaporated, and he's fine. And then he will just try to pounce and bite it, actually.
Oh, into the black tar. Ugh.
I mean, yeah.
Yeah. Well, if he survives, he's gonna have a bad dream.
His instinct is to attack a threat that has appeared, so he will go for it. Okay. But actually, before he does this, he will let out a howl, which just echoes across the plains. If you remember, he said that a pack of wolves will be close by at any moment. So, considering a giant thing just appeared and grabbed Cassius, which he clearly is not fond of to begin with, and then this thing appeared, he is now alerting his people. Right. What that means for you guys, I can't tell you, you won't know, but, you know, they haven't been very far away. Okay. Gonna be 6 rounds before they appear. And oh yeah, and then he will bonus action rage So
I'm
anyone...
happy someone is raging at least.
Yeah. So I want to point out, so because he's a spirit wolf barbarian, while you're within 5 feet of him, you have advantage on melee attack. Please note this down somewhere. Like, please, everyone, like, because I have already, like, so many tokens I have to keep track of. While you're within 5 feet of him, all of you, because at the moment...
Nobody.
Yeah, but for you guys, because at the moment he still considers you friendly, so you're on his side. You have advantage on melee attack rolls against any creature, you know. And it's not even 5 feet of him. So basically, while he's no, wait.
Spec tactics, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'll just put it in chat.
Yeah,
GM
copy
trying.
and paste.
Yeah.
It sucks.
Bam.
Zoomed into his face very closely.
Yeah. It's got a close up like, hello. Yes, this is dog.
This is with the hunt. This is moving stealthily, but nothing with advantage.
Yeah.
No, there's a melee attack one.
You posted the wrong one.
Yes, I posted the wrong one. I'm a genius, you guys.
another Zoom is waiting. Come on.
I'm a good GM, you guys. There.
Oh, no Zoom this time.
There you go.
I'm already zoomed in, so it's about as close as I can get, I think.
Isn't he a cute puppy, though? There you go. This is what you get. Bam.
Ginger Snap is
Ginger
going to
Snap,
be his
yes.
nickname for me.
I was thinking more Nibble because of Nimble. Nimrod, Nibble.
I think Nimrod is perfectly appropriate.
That's for him because the howl had a bit more oomph to it, right? So that was his action. The raging was the bonus action, and that's it for him for now. Cassius, you are grappled and 60 feet up in the air.
Quite a pickle, I would say.
Yep.
Stabber.
Cassius is first like struggling to get free, but
That would be considered your action, by the way, if you're trying to break free.
I am. This is flavor because I'm
Yeah,
going to
okay.
do something else with my action.
Yeah.
And then building up from within him, there's a surge of power as I cast
Ooh!
Suck It.
There you go.
Yes.
So Constitution saving throw, please. 15. Sorry. All right. Take half of 17.
And that's what kind of damage? Sorry.
Thunder damage.
Thunder damage.
Okay.
Thunder
Awesome.
damage, and there's a enormous boom. It can be heard 300 feet away.
Everybody, basically.
Everybody hears this, so the hull was maybe unnecessary, but alright. And Cassius will basically burst there with a thunderous bang and appear probably back to where he was standing.
Yeah, so down below. Yeah.
Yeah. As out of breath, looking up, he seems bewildered.
I just
About
put the
time you
token
joined the
beneath,
fight.
but imagine that she's above. So yeah.
Yeah. And I'm going to move to... Okay, question. So this is lower, right? The water itself.
The water itself
Yeah.
is 5 feet lower, yeah.
Okay. So I'm going to move into there. Actually, am I? Yeah, I am.
If you're on top of the stone, you're still 5 feet above.
No, like in the water.
Okay,
Sorry.
you're in the water.
Like
okay.
there's no like square. Like okay, then this
Yeah.
one probably. And I'm going to use my action. Oh, I'm sorry, my bonus action to hide.
Roll. Stealth.
I told you guys we were using up our luck. Told you guys.
And that's it.
Yeah.
Right.
What happens first is around you, almost as if pulled forward by Misha appearing. I need to zoom out to actually see shit. All around, spirits start appearing. One by one.
Oof.
Sorry, that was there. You can hover with your mouse to see who they are. Because some of the faces are familiar to you. I mean, even Samira would recognize some other faces because she was there, close up and personal, as it died horribly in a fireball that Cassius had cast in a certain warehouse. But there's the face of Tiberius. There's the face of Silence. There's the face of Hilda. There's the face of Jackie and Sanzir and Rosa. All half not quite corporeal, but like oozing a similar, like they're this like blackish, almost like a smoke version of the same black tar. And they look almost like they're being yanked forward into the real space around you, as if pulled along with Misha himself. Some of them look eager. Some of them just look tortured. Some of them, like Hilda, look like they don't want to be here at all, but they're forced to. Either way, you're pretty much, well, at least from the one side, surrounded by spirits. With a giant thing flying still above you, mind you. And Misha himself will turn to Cassius. Because Cassius is actually the closest. Let me check. He's not really paying attention to the wolf, I want to point out. So he will turn to the first person he recognizes, which actually won't be Cassius, because Cassius is Viera.
Sorry.
He will.
I did my first instinct. I'm sorry.
Oh, he took a step forward.
Yeah.
Oh no.
Ibrath runs and bounces at him.
Okay.
Hold action.
When he reaches, before you do an attack, please, because it triggers when you're within 10 feet within. Please have him roll a Constitution saving throw, because as Ibrath gets close, what he gets a faceful for is this rotting stench of death and decay.
Yeah, he's been around dead stuff before. Doesn't bother him.
But yeah, so by the way, he doesn't have to roll again. If he makes a save, he's immune to it for 24 hours. Right.
He's immune to it. He rolled a 17.
Yeah, that's what I said. I just wanted to note.
Okay. Yeah,
again.
sure.
Yeah. So he's fine. He doesn't have to roll again. Everyone else, please, if you get within 10 feet, you gotta roll this.
Is he classed as humanoid or none?
He is not classed as humanoid. He's classed as undead.
Okay. Unlucky for him, he's got to make a DC 12 strength saving throw.
Or be what?
Not prone.
Yeah, he's immune to prone. But,
Okay.
you can still attack him.
Yep. Well, he gets another bite as well then.
Nice.
7 slashing damage from the claws and 10 piercing damage from the bite. as he rips into him and starts tearing chunks off him.
Is a Brav considered magic damage at this point?
No. He's
Okay.
not.
Can you halve that, round it up and halve it for me, please?
3 and then 5. Round it up.
Round
You
it down.
round all damage down.
Yeah.
Yeah, 3 and then 5.
Okay, 3 and then 5, so... Okay, awesome. Okay. So you see that his attacks don't get quite the same purchase. But it's the tar, right? You can't really tell, but it's not hitting as hard as you would expect because you're used to like seeing him hit quite hard in the past, right? Then he will turn to Abrav actually because Abrav got up in his face, and again he has this like pure blind visage of pure hatred, right? Which now that Abrav jumped forward and started attacking him, he focuses all of this like ire on him. And he will lash out with this ooze, almost seem to like manifest. And as he turns and hisses at Abrav, please have him roll a DC 13 Wisdom saving from as this like visage like twists and it's almost like mentally reaches, but Abrav is like, I don't care. You don't frighten me. I'm a bigger cat. Fuck off.
He hisses back.
He hisses back. So you have these two cats hissing at each other, right? But for the time being, he has managed to like successfully distract Mishra from doing whatever he was about to do when he like zeroed in on you, right?
Yep.
So yeah, that's it. Samira,
Yeah.
you almost like guided, and internally this is a familiar feeling because you have experienced this kind of memory retention of like instinctive, occurrence of like in your mind since you have absorbed the scroll. Instinctively, you know that the stones around you are a key. And you will turn and walk up to the first stone, which you recognize the symbol on as the symbol of, well, you have seen it so far as the symbol of death. But in this moment, there is a secondary meaning that occurs to you, which is also the symbol. Sorry, not death, life. No, it's death. Sorry, confused. Too much fixed. It is a symbol of death, but like it occurs to you that there's a secondary meaning to it in this moment, which you haven't known before. It's the symbol of chaos, of the element, entropy, if you will. Death is not just the end to things. It is the natural end to things. And in this moment, you recognize the symbol for what it is. And instinctively, you know that these stones, each 6 of them around in the water, are representative of the 6 elements, like you have seen them before in the tower, in the vision with your patron, in the tower, in yet another vision of your patron, in the ritual that Ava invoked back in the jungle when she was reading the map for 4 hours. there's this repetitive theme, and as you're now guided by the knowledge of the scroll, you reach for the stone, and your hand touches the stone, and it's Amalia's turn.
Okay.
Have fun reading. So let me see if Amalia can actually find you, Cassius. Nope. So Amalia is currently circling. Mind you, this is a creature that flies 90 feet per without dashing. She is flying in circles above you, about 90 feet in the air, and clearly trying to find Cassius at this point, but not quite managing.
90 feet, you say?
90 feet, yes. It changes how close she is to you based on where she is at the moment, because she's flying in circles, so it's gonna be further and closer away, right? Because overall she's gonna fly the 180 feet in a circle. So I'll roll a dice to see where she is in that moment. I'll roll a d12. If that's okay. Yeah? No? Hello?
Yeah, whatever.
Yeah, okay. Anyway, Minnie.
Wisdom saving throw?
Yes.
Lena.
Huh? Is it wisdom saving? Oh yeah, true. Sorry, I was reading. Hey! Hey, buddy. Alright. Okay, at this point, Vinny has recognized that Ibrav, another treasured member of the party, is attacking someone. So, Vinny is going off, flitting around the space. Let's say Vinny's on top of Misha. It's weird, position-wise. To do their signature move once again and help action, try and distract, blind, whatever works. And yeah, next person that attacks has hopefully advantage.
Okay. I'm
Yep.
just refreshing my Foundry because it kind of crapped out for no fucking reason. There we go. There we go. Much better. I was paying attention. I'm sorry.
No worries. And I'm back into reading.
Okay. Layla's turn. Doesn't do the skippy. Lena, can you do the skippy on Vinny?
Vinny already skipped.
Wow,
This is
it's not
Layla's
showing.
turn on my screen.
It
It
is?
says it's Winnie's turn. Oh no, it's for me. It says Winnie's turn also.
Okay, let me
Refresh.
refresh.
Oh wait, no, Layla. Yeah.
Okay. Weird.
Hopefully let's see if I refresh now. Let's see if the thing is still open for me. Hopefully.
Okay. I will roll a wisdom saving throw in the meantime for Lila. Yes, okay, she gets her shit together. That's great.
Okay, just as an information, everything has been closed because I re-rolled, loaded. If you could open the things for me again.
Yeah, I will.
Or add them to my library. That would be awesome too.
You have it? Yeah, just give me a second. We'll configure permission, Lena Observer, and Lena configure permission, Lena Observer. It's in the journal entry on the session under Samira.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Oh, can you do the first one too, the bones thing one? Because you give me the first and the second one.
Oh, okay, sorry. I actually wanted to just give you the chaos, but yeah. I'm an idiot.
No worries. Thank you. I won't be early, don't worry.
There. It's gone. There you go. It's just
You
number one. There you go. I solved it. Woo! Okay, let me see what she will do. Spellbook. Because Wolf is in the way, she will miss the step. Over here.
Constitution saving throw.
Yeah, she's about to do it. I gotta click on cast spell. And then she will do a Constitution saving throw. She's hit by the full stench of
Yum 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 yum.
She fails. So let me reread. Stench of death. She is poisoned until the start of her next turn. So
First
she
attack
has
gets advantage. Because of winning
Yeah.
a first attack gets advantage, maybe if she has disadvantage it equals out. Something, I don't know.
Yep.
Yeah, that will equal out the disadvantage from attack rolls on being poisoned.
For the first.
For
the
attack
first,
roll.
yeah. So she will try to hit Misha.
Well, she's
She can't-
also within 5 feet of the wolf, right? So she gets.
It
advantage
doesn't
and
stack.
anyway.
Yeah,
Like,
but
yeah,
you can't.
Well, but
yeah,
you continued
oh,
once.
Yeah.
Yeah, for the
gets
continued ones.
advantage.
So
Yeah.
it all evens out for the continued ones as well.
Yeah.
So, she will hit him. I can find my there it is. Because she's always has like her staff at the ready, so she will try to hit him with the staff. Attack
Club.
that hits.
That's gonna hit.
And versatile because she hits with both. And she will dump
Rip.
a divine smite into him.
Rip.
That might hurt.
I think it's gonna hurt.
Ba, 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 ba. Okay. He is not vulnerable to radiant. No, he's not. Okay. Yeah. She poofs right forward into this like silvery mist that zips like between Nimrod's legs. And as she appears in the same motion with like a snarl to her face, you have like rarely see her this out of shape emotionally. But she's putting her feelings into this hit, right? And as she hits this ooze blob, there's a burst of radiant light from it. As Misha goes, as he's hit from the back by Layla. So maybe that initiative will actually like me now. No, it doesn't like at all. Just give me. Why is it not working? Let me refresh. I'm sad.
Is it because you're not selecting Layla's token?
No, it should like I click on the arrow normally and it should work, and it's not like Foundry crapped out for me for a moment and I had to refresh. There we go. Yay! We're back on track. Let's go.
Okay.
Hey, bruv.
Yeah, Ibrath's just gonna take a claw attack at Misha. Because he doesn't like the smell. Three slashing damage from Ibrath. it's my turn.
Mm-hmm.
So I've learnt my lesson about going into combat, into melee combat. Viera is going to cast a... I'm going to bonus action cast Hunter's Mark onto Misha. And then she's going to draw out 2 arrows and fire them in quick succession. And the first one hits, so he's going to take...
That's magic because you're using the bow, right?
I'm using the bow, but the bow isn't magic.
Well, it does count as magic damage if you hit with that bow.
Okay, in that case it counts as magic damage. So this is gonna hurt him like fuck. So it does 7 piercing damage, and then it does a d6 for the Hunter's Mark. And then, because he's within 5 feet of an ally, I do 1 point of sneak attack damage.
1 point of what attack?
Sneak attack.
Sneak attack damage.
I was like, what?
So, unfortunately, that's the shittiest amount of damage I could possibly roll. But I do get a second attack.
Get 2 attacks?
No, not with Ibrath.
In which case, Ibrath gets to react as a reaction and get a second attack.
Yeah.
So Ibrath will claw.
Oof.
Isn't his attack as part of your reaction? Like his... Just...
No, he gets to use his reaction to take an attack at the end of my round.
Okay, and otherwise he also has his own like...
Otherwise he has his own normal attack.
Okay.
So he takes rounded down 5 points of slashing damage. And that's the end of my turn.
Nimrod will
Nimrod's
pounce across here and start laying into the ghosties. Named NPCs. Yeah, I need him to be in the back. There we go. Let me see. He has 3 attacks. 1 with its bite, 2 with its claws. So he will just land with his paws on top of the first 2 and try to bite the third one. So, let me see. This attack. Okay. This thing poofs out of existence. Then badly misses that one. And the final one Rosa poofs out of existence as well. There we go. Keep it done. Cassius, you still have a circling thing above you, up there.
Yeah. But Misha is definitely also shitty, and he's directly there. So first I'm going to cast Haste on myself. Then I'm going to use my movement to move up to him. Roll a Constitution saving throw.
DC 14. You're fine. And you don't have to roll anymore.
Perfect. I'm going to take the dagger. I'm going to cast as my bonus action the cantrip Booming Blade. There you go. And I'm going to attack this fluffer with my dagger. Come on, go away.
Holy shit.
Well, that if it hits, it's always a critical, so, but...
Yeah. And you get to roll double damage, yeah.
Just to lay it on it. Critical hit. That's for the dagger. Then the Booming Blade does 1d8, but that's also doubled, because it doubles all dice rolls, right? So then 5 thunder damage on top of the 9 piercing, and then my sneak attack goes off. And that is also a critical. Oh yeah, that never works. But that's a 9 for the first, because I hit critical and it doesn't double the dice. So
Rogues, man. Rogues.
woo!
That's 25.
That's 25 of sneak attack damage. Yeah, correct.
How do you want to do this with Misha?
Fuck yeah!
So basically, from the water, Cassius comes sprinting out with the dagger in hand, brandished like a blue light on it, resembling the glow of the flowers. And I'm just gonna plunge it right in his fucking forehead. And then there's a boom goes off in his forehead.
As you do this, he shrieks in anger, in rage, really, because you get a feeling he doesn't really feel pain at this point. And the black tar just bursts. Mind you, covering Abrav, you, and Lilo. Right, in goo.
Yeah.
But as a secondary effect, all the specters around just go and poof out of existence. And you definitely realize that their existence here was tied to his existence.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, and I'm going to use the rest of my movement, because that was 15 feet, and with haste I have doubled, so that's 60, so I have 45 feet left. All the flowers, they kind of like start like here, right?
Yeah, it's
Or it's all around.
yeah.
I am not trying to get like so much closer, but I'm trying to take a little bit of a safety. So if I can I move? Sorry, can I move there? Oh, sorry, here. Yeah, can I? Hello. Thank you. There, without stepping on any
I don't
flowers.
see. Oh, there. Yes, that's water.
Okay.
You would be standing in water.
That's no worries. I'm
Yeah.
going to stand behind the pillar.
It's
Basically
like
behind.
below your knee depth, like to your knee. It's not. It's
Yeah.
shallow.
Yeah, I'm just looking for a little bit of cover from Flying Bitch up there.
Yeah.
And that's my turn.
Samira,
Yeah?
you move to the next stone, which is there. Yeah, thank you. You're so great. This one, you instinctively recognize the first impression that comes to you, because again, back from the tower where you guys didn't actually really know what the symbology really was and the true meaning behind these things. This is more like what you interpreted as life, white, right? But now you recognize it for its true meaning, which is order. And you, like, your physical body is kind of moving on auto run, basically, because your mind is whatever your mind is experiencing, right? Your body is doing this stuff, right, almost on its own. So it's like almost like an afterthought to your consciousness, right? What you're doing here. And you reach out with your hand. And Samira. Have fun reading.
Thank you. What is one long?
I mean, yeah, prep took a while, you guys. Well, so you didn't do a stealth check, right?
Didn't have the action for it because I used my bonus action to cast Booming Blade.
Okay, so at this point, I will just roll a perception to make it fair. No, she's like, you seem to have moved just when she was like circling around the back of the tree, so she didn't see you moving. So she's still circling, and at this point she will, let me check.
Use her intelligence stat and GTFO. Otherwise.
Yep.
Vera, roll me animal handling or insight, whatever is higher.
As a ranger, I can proudly say I have not invested in animal handling whatsoever.
Ouch.
Wow. 14.
Okay, never mind. She will circle. She still circle. That's all you can. I can't give you any more. But Vinny.
Let's make a wisdom save. Hey, when he fails.
No, yeah, he is too drawn into whatever's going on in your head.
Mm-hmm. All right.
Describe. Is he making any movements? By the way, in
Vinny
response?
has. Did Misha pop out of existence? Like I didn't catch that, or just drop body-wise.
He exploded into goo.
So there was a weird extra dark bit of goo as Winnie sort of sailed to the floor.
Yeah. You can move him backwards like good 10 feet. It's like because he was paper, so he's like being flung backwards with like a
almost lands like in water.
Yeah.
And just it doesn't even make a splash. It just it's weirdly like oil in water.
Yeah, it's a
in
weird...
water. It's more on top of water.
Yeah, it's a weird wet sound.
Yeah,
like squelching sound as he lands.
Yeah, with the goop and everything, it's weirdly almost like torn into Samira's mind as well, like more shadowy than usual.
Yeah,
like well,
he's way too distracted to yeah. It's like somewhere in the back of her mind, but like she's distracted.
Yeah.
Layla will ready an attack if the big bitch decides to come down. Oh, also, by the way, at this point, this is starting to happen. This entire area starts glowing.
Mm-hmm.
As the magic is starting to build up. By the way, Cassius and Viera, because you're standing right in there, a familiar low hum is starting to build.
Mm-hmm.
The first two stones that Samira touched, there's like vague runes glowing on them. On the side that's like showing towards the middle. So whatever
Not sure I'd pick any of that up in combat, still paying attention to the circling overhead.
Yeah, okay. Just letting you know that after every time Samira touches Fuck, I forgot to do the saving throws for you. Ah! Can you retroactively? I'm sorry, Lena. Do me, please. Man, I forgot about it.
Okay.
Do me a charisma saving throw. Sorry, not.
Oh.
Yeah, a charisma saving throw.
Okay. 2 or 1?
No, sorry, an intelligence. The second one was intelligence. The charisma was the first one.
Okay,
1.
charisma and then intelligence.
Yeah, the charisma and then intelligence. Yes, thank you. Sorry.
Okay.
Yeah, you're fine.
Eh.
Kind of what we expected, if we're honest.
Yeah. I'm sorry, but yes.
Yeah.
On the second one, you're struggling to. It's almost like for a moment, it feels like you're gonna snap out of it, right? But then when your hand connects to it, it becomes more real. I'm just telling you, this is gonna take 2 rounds instead of just 1. So take your time.
Okay, gives me more time to read.
Yes.
Thank fuck.
So yeah, sorry.
Right.
I made a decision in the prep, and I prepped so much that I start forgetting things, which is great. I'm a great
Nice.
GM, you guys. Amazing. Yay.
You are. You truly are.
Anyway, so yeah, Layla will hold an attack action for if the thing comes down. And then otherwise that's it. Bruff.
Remind me, where the fuck did Cassius go?
He's behind you, like next to you there.
Okay. I didn't see where he moved on the map.
Right there.
Yeah, it's fine. Ibrath is going to position himself here instead, in the event that she tries to come down toward. See, no, he's going to position himself there. Readying an attack in case he comes for Viera or Samira.
Yep.
That's it.
Viera.
I'm going to bonus action move my hunter's mark to her,
Mm-hmm.
and then that bitch can take an arrow.
Oh yeah, you're certainly within short range. Bounces off.
Mm-hmm.
Always is passed, yes. Yeah. Nimrod can't reach this thing, so he will also ready an attack action. You can see him like trying to follow its flying form.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
I'll move forward and just step out into the open and kind of just like spread my arms. I'm going to cast Thaumaturgy to enhance my voice, and I'm going to scream at her that. Oh wait, let me word this right in my head first. You saw how we took care of your buddy. Come down and you can crawl back into the fucking abyss you came from. And I will try to intimidate. That's better.
Okay.
Is this also the point where the feature will come into play?
What feature?
The what was it? Basically, for flavor than anything else.
I mean, yeah,
but
I've described it. I mean,
yes.
Mind you, Viera would mostly hear the voice changing, not so much your face. Layla is the one seeing your face, you know,
Definitely wouldn't see the face.
But the voice would take also a more unnatural tinge to it, if you will.
Yeah, it will like sound way more deep, probably
darker,
and grating,
unnaturally so.
And for the visage, it will probably actually change. But just like I think the eyes will just darken. Actually, I would probably, Shinny, you would know better how the appearance would change.
It would change to
Well,
almost
neither
like
of us see it.
yeah,
so
but Layla would see it like to like black eyes, almost like Destrians. The easiest way to say it, you would your voice, your visage becomes more demonic.
Cool. And
Because this is it's based on what you think is terrifying, right?
Yeah.
So because you come from a place where, you know, demons and devils are evil, this is what you take on.
All right. That's fine. And I will also, with the second action from my haste, ready my dagger to stab a bitch.
Yeah.
And that's my turn.
Awesome. Samira.
Mhm.
You move to the next stone.
You said 2
Oh yeah,
rounds.
no,
right?
never mind. Yeah, I'm just skipping you then.
2 rounds.
I forgot. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, let me do an insight check. Opposed.
Ooh, it matches.
Defender wins. However, you're pissing off a creature. It's kind of had it at this point. It will drop. It roars above you. Let me just check the range. And it will... As it flies in, it's not gonna land entirely. You hear words that sound... And this is the perplexing thing to you. They sound celestial. But almost like an archaic version of it. As it invokes ancient words. And you realize it can actually speak. It's not just like a roaring, you know, mindless creature. Flying down, you realize it is enchanting, invoking some kind of magical effect. Probably targeted in where you're standing. Because you also realize, as the second part, if she is assuming you're wearing what you're wearing, she doesn't care if you're still alive when she gets it. And she will cast Circle of Death. So, this is gonna be nasty.
I will use my Favored by the Gods feature.
Yeah?
So to add 4 to that. So in the end, a total of 19.
yeah, it's more a case of everybody takes it.
No, actually not. Not everybody takes it. So yeah. Let me see. I gotta zoom in on the map. It's Vinny, Cassius. How do you? There. Cassius, Wolfie. Yes, and Layla. Viera and Samira, well, it's Viera because Samira knows fuck all what's happening. And then Braff.
Yeah.
So, Viera, you see this dark, like, unholy energy erupt right above Cassius. You are pretty sure it would have hit you, but around you, from around the stones, it's almost like a bubble flares up, and it's just like it just passes over you. Like, you know, you're just in this bubble at the moment, and you realize that whatever Samira started, it's building up energy enough to repel it. But everyone else needs to do a saving throw.
Minnie failed.
Including her?
Who, her?
Because you said she dives down towards him.
Yeah,
It's a
but
60-foot radius sphere.
she's
so
not.
if she drops,
She dives
she
down.
dropped-
No, not all the way. She didn't dive. She dived close enough to make sure she drops it on the proper right. She's outside her own thing.
Okay. So she's 65 feet above the point she cast it at.
So 65, 70, yes.
Yeah. So she dropped like 10 feet. Basically.
Yeah. I mean, she's flying around, right, up and down, and trying to convey a 3D, you know, thing that's a bit difficult to portray on a 2D map. So yeah.
Sure.
Anyway, yeah, 29 necrotic.
You can poof Vinny right away. Vinny fails and Vinny is gone.
Okay, I shall poof Winnie. Cassius, you roll a 19.
Yep.
So you take half damage.
So that's 19 damage. Right?
No, that's it's
Oh, yeah,
rounded
sorry, you said
down.
29,
29,
it's
so
14
14, yeah.
damage.
To take 14 necrotic. And Layla still needs to roll. Oh, and I forgot something. Yo, I mean, you made it anyway, but she has an aura. She's a paladin.
Ah,
She,
You get +5 to your saving throws?
you get her charisma, which is a +2.
Rip.
Rip.
So you didn't need to use your favored by the gods after all.
Rip.
Sorry, I don't play paladins very often. Yes, I think in
worries.
the future I will just give somebody to you know, run Layla, so I don't have to pay attention to her.
Well, I think that somebody should be someone.
Yeah, I mean, it should be Cassius. Yeah, here, run Layla. Have fun.
Uh-oh.
If she dies, it's your fault.
Last thing I need is one more character sheet to look
oh,
after.
oh shit. Oh shit.
Okay, so she fails.
Prepare for a very passive paladin because I'm gonna keep her out of danger.
She fails, so that's -29. She takes a big hit. You can hear her gasping for breath, almost dropping her to her knees. And I gotta do Nimrod.
Fucking bitch.
And
Heal her?
give me a second.
Assuming the circle of death area of effect is
Well,
instantaneous and dissipates.
Yeah, exactly. Give me a second. Just need to. What was it? Con? Yeah, con.
Yeah.
On saving throw, normal, 15. He is not within 5 feet, so he doesn't get the bonus. So he fails as well, and takes and basically shrugs as he takes -29 necrotic. As he has hit points out
Isn't
of.
Layla resistant to Oh no, that's Samira.
That's me.
It's a mirror, yeah. So there we go. And let me remove the effect. Bam, done. Okay, and that's it for this. Layla will touch herself. Lay on hands.
Can I touch myself?
She will lay on hands.
Touch me. Touch you.
And she will fucking lay on hands full because this thing is a bit unpredictable. So she will lay on hands for 29. And heal herself back to full health. You have this like moment of her going and then touching her hand to her chest and basically exhaling in full relief as you saw her like even for a moment like her complexion like almost like drawn inwards like cheeks, you know, being sucked in as like the necrotic damage was taking hold and this is like gold that starts like spreading from within her resisting and replenishing her at the same time. Yeah. Is a breath turn.
Same deal with holding his action.
Yeah.
To attack if it comes close enough.
Yeah. She's now within 70 feet of you.
Yeah, fuck this bitch. Very sorry, Shinny.
Just fine.
I am conjuring 8 giant owls. And I can conjure them within 60 feet of where I'm standing, so they are 60 feet above me.
Awesome!
Oh no.
I hate you so much already.
Yeah, I thought you might.
Hey, there's no shades anymore. There's owls.
There's owls, yeah.
There's
There's wings
owls.
everywhere.
So yeah. I basically get to roll initiative for them, I guess. Which is going to be, where's their initiative modifier? Dex plus 2. So I'm just gonna roll a d20 plus 2. Because I certainly don't have sheets for them. It's a 4 on the initiative modifier, so if you can throw a giant owl onto, because I don't have giant owl in the wild shape, so I can't drag and drop.
Import creature.
Yeah, sorry. Might as well put it in wild shapes because I might use it at some point.
Importing. Where's your pets? Wild shapes, creatures, giant owl. How many?
8.
1, 2,
Yeah.
3, 4,
Basically, bitch, get out of the
5.
skies.
Get her ass. Get her ass.
6, 7, 8.
Hoot hoot, motherfucker.
Motherfucker.
Basically, yep. And then they all act on an initiative of 4.
Do they all roll or Nior? Wait.
No, I roll once for the group,
Okay.
and they all act on that initiative, so they're all going up 4. And they do get to act this round if that's the initiative they're on.
Okay. I will add 1,
Mm-hmm.
and I
That'll
will.
do. Sincere giant owl.
No.
There we go. That one is for the entire group. And let me actually.
Yep.
Giant owl. Configure permissions. Chris. Owner. Safe. There you go.
I can see. So yeah, that's the end of my turn, and obviously Hunter's Mark drops because it's a concentration spell.
Yeah. So. Nimrod is there's birds. Lots
Yeah.
and lots of birds. But birds are fine. He's fine with birds. So he's gonna hold an action in case the other giant thing comes down. But
Yep.
he is turning his whoop, 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 right? Like birds. Amazing. Birds. Holding action. Cassius. Also bad with things that are flying.
Just like a grimace on his face when he sees Layla get hurt, and he's gonna extend a hand. I am going to first use steady aim to give myself advantage,
Mm-hmm.
and I am going to shoot a 3rd level Chaos Bolt at this. Yeah, at this.
That
Go back,
actually
go back,
hits.
go.
Holy shit.
Ooh. Ooh.
Mind you, you see a flicker of arcane energy, but your bolt just bursts through it.
Go
Piercing.
bad, bitch, go bad, bitch, go.
Piercing, by the way, what is effectively shield, right?
Mm-hmm. Okay. So, that's first. This. So, it's going to be... either... It's going
Fire
to
or
be
lightning is your choice, I think.
lightning damage. Yeah. There you go. Have fun. And then it's going to be 2d6. Oh no, wait. Yeah, second level or higher, 2d6 extra. 2d6. Boop. So in total, that's
17?
17 points of lightning damage.
You hear it roar above in the sky. It hits.
Mm-hmm. And yeah, just plant my feet on the ground and take a stand.
Awesome. Samira,
Yay!
you move to the next
stone.
stone.
Stone number
is
3. Saving
here?
throw number 3.
Please roll me dexterity saving throw.
Hey, that was a straight roll. Heyo.
Oh,
You reach forward with your hand, and once again you see a symbol, and this time it's a bit easier to recognize it because it matches what you have seen so far in your experience. It's the symbol for air, and there's like Viera, there's like a gust of wind, right? And you see Samira staggering, and
Don't
she
see anything. I'm focusing on the other one.
never mind. Samira, you stagger, almost like pushed. Mind you, you can't really notice consciously the stuff physically going on around you. But what happens is you stagger forward, you fall to your knees, but you still reach out with your hand to the stone. And your hand touches the stone. It's gonna take you 2 rounds on this again.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Have fun reading.
Thank you.
Chris and your stupid fucking birds.
Yep. Sorry about that. So let me find the. Where's the? No, please tell me I didn't close it. No, I didn't. There it is. Trial. So they get to make a melee attack flyby. So what they're going to do is basically all 8 of them are doing flyby attacks, which
Mhm.
don't provoke attacks of opportunity because they don't. However, 2 of them are going to remain within 5 feet of her.
Do me the first attack because that is the last shield.
Okay. What am I rolling? Highly unlikely they'll hit. It's more a case of they're harrying her. Okay, maybe it does hit.
That does not hit. It shields. So like the first owl.
Mm-hmm.
Mind you, you just target the thing, then you know if it hits. But yeah, now the
I
AC.
can't
Yeah, okay.
attack with it.
AC is 18. From now on out.
From now on, okay.
Yeah. So she has spent all her shields.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. There's all your attack rolls.
Okay, plus
so
3.
1,
So second
2,
one hits. Third one
Yep.
hits.
Fourth one hits.
And that's it. Just 3 hits.
Yeah, so 3 hits. So
Okay,
I'm gonna
roll me
do,
damage.
2d6 plus 1.
They count as magical attacks because they're magically summoned, right?
They are fey creatures, yeah.
Yeah.
So what? Oh, is that? Why didn't I see those rolls?
7-7.
Yeah,
No,
it
they
was
are-
right
they are
behind
Oh,
you.
parallel.
5, 7,
Yeah,
7. Okay, yeah, they're in the same one. Yeah, so she takes 19 points of it is magical slashing damage.
Yeah, 19 points total. You hear angry shrieking,
Mhm.
as their claws find purchase as they fly by and attack.
Two of them remain within range, so if
Yeah.
she's moving, they get attacks of opportunity.
Okay. She is. She's trying. She's backing off. She's fucking out, so you get 2 attacks of opportunity.
Okay.
DC 18. AC 18, sorry.
Yeah. No, both miss.
Yep. 90 feet flying. She's booking it. They are, what, 60 feet flying?
Yeah, they only move at 60.
Yeah, so she books it. She's gone. And which round was this? Round 5, okay.
Round 5, yeah.
So I will end combat here.
The giant owls are going to land on the edge of the grove to protect us, but they're going to remain for the full minute. So they last another 9 rounds.
Within 6 seconds, you start hearing wolves off in the distance. They're running, and you can hear a low growl from Nimrod. And I'm gonna end combat here. Just give me and put it back to normal. Oh, intense music. There we go. And where was it? Cicadas. There we go. Judging by the growl, let me remove the fucking giant ugly thing. Do you have control over the tokens of the birds, by the way?
Because you placed them. Oh, yes, I do. Yeah, because I did move some. Yeah.
Yeah.
So they're gonna kind of like land in the outer grounds, and they're acting as sentries.
Okay, you have one that's like above you.
Yeah. They're kind of spaced evenly as I can space them.
Mm-hmm.
Something like that. I'll do.
You can see Nimrod is taking one glance back, looking towards Samira, right? And then he looks towards the howls into that direction. And he lets out a growl. Like Vera, you have this like animal feature where you can read animals.
Yes, assuming he counts
Yes.
as an animal.
For the
then
purpose of
yes,
this
I
feature,
can-
yes, he does
I
very much
can
count.
I can sense his. Let me pull it up. I've got it open. It was under primeval awareness. So additionally, you can innate ability to communicate with beasts. They recognize me as a kindred spirit through sounds and gestures. You can communicate simple ideas. You can also read the basic mood and intent. You learn the emotional state, whether it's affected by magic of any sort, its short-term needs, etc., and actions you can take to persuade it not to attack.
So
Mood,
what you
intent.
gather from him is that
emotional
he's worried about the coming pack. You read uncertainty because he is at this point not sure
Mhm.
whether they will attack you or not. Because of the enemies
howl
that
for
were
help.
there. His howl for help, yes, because the howl for help doesn't really differentiate, right? Help me from these specific things. Not only that, but the enemies that were there originally are all gone, right?
Yeah.
And everything that is left is a bunch of giant birds that are clearly not part of the deity, right? So he is at this point not really sure how they're gonna treat you when they arrive, and you see him being worried, but you see him being on your side. For whatever reason, for whatever is happening with Samira, he is on your side.
Mhm.
Seeing that Layla took I saw her take a hit, but then heal herself, I'll just look her over and just ask if she's okay.
She's asking you if you're okay at the same time.
I just nod
She's like-
and
And Nimrod kind of like also like momentarily looks at the two of you as this happens, right?
Mm.
And he gives you a little bit of space, by the way.
I look also to him because he also took a hit, and I just say I can help.
He just shakes off like you, Viera. You can easier tell that he's like, nah, thanks, I'm fine.
He's more concerned about what's coming.
Okay.
He nods.
I just sheathed the dagger.
And Layla's like, I'm fine. I'm fine. Are you fine? Do you need healing?
A bit, but I'll be alright.
She will cure wounds you. If I have it prepared, mind you. I don't think. Never mind. She will not cure wounds you.
I'll just like touch her hand and just nod, and it's just like I'm right. I'm good enough.
Viera just puts a hand on your shoulder.
Thank you.
That could have gone worse, I guess. What's happening with?
About to go worse. The wolf pack is coming, from what I can tell, and he's not sure how they're going to react because he called for help, and there's literally no sign of anything.
And we're
Is the
only...
tar Misha splattered all over the floor?
Yes, it's oozing into the water, and
Actually,
wherever it touches greenery, like pond plants and stuff, they're
dying.
withering. Yeah.
I'm actually going to try to cast prestidigitation to avoid it from seeping into the water.
So this is what you're doing. It's going to take you a while. This is very difficult to clean, right? Because it's also not really a surface, right?
Where does it go if you clean it?
He just chucks it out of the water, basically moving it towards the soil.
No,
it's
I
like,
think we
because
said
it's
it
more
kind of
oil.
like
It's like oil.
evaporates it.
It's like an oily substance on top of the. So he can like he does with fabric, he can evaporate it. But it takes a moment because it's thick, right?
Mm-hmm.
So this is what you're doing in the meantime. So let's see how the wolves are gonna take a moment to arrive, right? This was like the initial roll was 6 rounds, so they get even within like hearing distance, right, from the house. Mind you, hearing distance with the house are a bit further away. So now we're gonna see if whatever's happening with Samira is gonna be resolved by the time we arrive or not. Okay. So I'm gonna focus on that for a second. So 12 more seconds pass.
Nimrod would suggest, Viera would suggest to Nimrod it might be better if you go out and meet the pack on their way here. You can tell them what's happened.
He nods,
We'll be fine.
although he looks reluctant to leave.
We'll be fine.
He runs, and he gone. Okay. Samira.
Mm-hmm.
So that was air.
Yep.
Roll me a wisdom saving throw.
Ooh, this is the rough one. Hey!
Oh, there you go.
So with that, I would say that this one, like the next stone, and the one after.
DC 20.
This is 10.
I know.
Here.
It would just be ironic if a nat 20 still doesn't succeed for her.
And you touch the stone that looks like the symbol of water.
Mm-hmm.
And feel free after that to go basically to the next one, which is the one of fire. And I'll once you're done reading, let me know. And
You need to add it to my stuff. I only have the first, 1, 2, and bones still.
Okay, configure permissions. It didn't pop up for you.
No.
That was air.
Now it's 3, yeah? I think you have to do it separately each time.
Yeah.
Now it's 4. And
Let me know for fire. When you're done reading with water.
This is gonna take a bit. I'm sorry. This is gonna take a bit.
Sorry, guys. What do you do in the meantime? Because this is gonna be so water, fire. That's 1 round, so that's another 6 seconds, and then there's one more after that. Actually, let me check. Just Lena, roll me a Constitution saving throw, just so we can round it off and see how long that will take.
Okay.
You're
There
fine.
you go.
So it's gonna be 18 more seconds. What are you guys doing in the meantime while she's reading? And Lena, go read. Have fun.
18 seconds of conversation, I guess. Is everybody alright? First things first.
Layla seems
you okay,
perfectly
Layla?
fine. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, Cass is still a little bit hurt, but what she did helped, and he's just cleaning up the shit as much as possible, especially as it doesn't seep into the water.
And Viera, you can help with that. You can take a piece of fabric or whatever and start basically.
Can I
Again,
use a
it's-
vial and
Yes.
use the vial to scoop the stuff
Yeah.
up, making sure
Yeah.
it doesn't touch me? Because we've been there
Layla
before.
will help you with this as well.
I've got 4 vials that
Yeah.
we can fill,
Yeah.
and that'll at least stop the stuff from sinking into the ground.
So she will wade into the water on the other side and start basically collecting it around, checking it out.
Yeah. Probably best to pour it all into one place,
Yeah.
so that
I
if
just-
the wolves arrive and they want proof that we defeated something, they can smell this shit.
I also just don't want it to get it into the water to the flowers.
Yeah. Especially the ghost orchids, they're extremely rare.
Yeah, luckily it's splattered far away from them, but yeah.
Yes. Wanted to make sure the ghost orchids are fine. So I'm gonna go around and intentionally inspect all of those first. Making sure I don't disturb them.
Yeah, you weren't hit by that shit, whatever she did.
No. Some kind of bubble shield from where Samira is. I got lucky, I guess. The second she pulled that, I just wanted her to get either harried out so that she left, or just force her down, basically. Hence the sentinel owls.
Cassius, you hear it, Layla?
Mhm.
Did I
Yeah.
hear that right? Did she say Undying King?
Yeah. She
First
did.
time I heard it, but yeah.
She kind of nods and continues, scooping up the goop. But she sure looks contemplative, lost in thought. Thanks. There.
I mean, given that that's an almost religious reference, would that give Cassius some insight as to who she was talking about?
I think I have a pretty good idea who she was talking about.
Oh, I know as a player exactly who she's talking about.
Yeah,
There's
but
only one person with that title.
Cassius doesn't have really religious references to the local lore, right? So
It's not local.
it is local.
That's Forgotten Realms.
I mean,
Mm-hmm.
oh
100%.
yeah, that's also a nickname for him in the Forgotten Realm.
Mhm.
Okay, yeah, roll me a religion check, Cassius.
Right.
It's obscure, so I'm not gonna give you advantage on this. This is obscure. You have heard, and he's not even a full deity from what you know. A demigod of secrets. But one of the names you know, and there's nothing good associated with this name. One of the other names of Vecna is the Undying King.
And if
This
you're
is-
giving him that much, he's got other titles he's known by too.
Yes, he does.
The Archlich, the Chained God, the Maimed God, the Master of the Spider Throne, the Whispered One, the Dying King, the Undying King, and the Lord of the Rotted Tower.
Nice.
yeah, he has his,
And
like,
the
fakey
Lord, no, and especially interesting for you, because it's an uncanny overlap. The Lord of the Hand and the Eye.
Mhm. Yeah, I guess he's just kind of like lost in thought, the same as Layla, and at some point he blanches a little bit, like turns a little bit white, shakes his head, and just continues cleaning. And he's
Samira, how are you doing over there?
definitely weird.
I'm like 2/3 of the way through. This is hefty. I'm
On
sorry.
which one? On the water?
Water.
Okay. Yeah. Well, I think then I shall call the session here.
Yeah, it's probably smart for me to. Yeah.
And we shall see the resolution of this. But you know, you have access to all 6 now, right?
Yeah, I'll take my time to read all of them through.
I mean, I want you to read it tonight because I want your reaction to it. But
Yeah.
for the
definitely.
others, you gonna call the session here? Yeah. Suspense, cliffhanger.
Okay.
It is a good place to stop, anyways.
So yeah,